Marshall Peak, Chapter 4918, E5. The void was vast, mysterious, and silent. Based on appearances alone, the black ink battlefield was not that different from the 3,000 worlds. However, Yong-kai could sense that dangers lurked around every corner here. Numerous continents and spirit provinces were scattered across the void. They contained faint traces of activity, so he did not dare to approach those places and avoided them from a distance. From what he could see from a distance, those lands overflowed with black ink strength regardless of whether they were big or small. Yong-kai's current position was located deep within the domain, controlled by the Black Ink clan. If he wanted to head towards the nearest great pass under the control of the cave heavens and paradises, then he predicted that he would need to travel for at least 10 to 20 days nonstop. Moreover, there was no guarantee that his journey would be smooth sailing. Nobody could say for certain what kind of dangers he might face along the way. Meng-Chi had assumed that it would be impossible for Yong-kai to safely arrive at the nearest Great Pass, and there were two reasons for this. One of the reasons was Yong-kai's low cultivation. The other reason was that he had a much better understanding of the situation compared to Yong-kai. Even when he was in his prime, under the same conditions as Yong-kai, it would have been impossible for Meng-Chi to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory. Be that as it may, he had not discouraged Yong-kai in the slightest. A person should not give up hope after all. All of a sudden, Yong-kai's gaze was attracted towards a strange scene in the distance. There was a huge spirit province stretched out across the void ahead, in addition to an extremely bizarre existence on top of the spirit province. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the strange object resembled an enormous flower bud. It was just that the entire entity was pitch black and gave off an extremely sinister feeling. What's more, the flower bud seemed to be alive. With every minuscule rise and fall of the petals, concentrated black ink strength would gush out from within the bud and spread out in all directions. It might be due to the existence of this strange flower bud, but black ink strength permeated the void surrounding the spirit province for tens of thousands of kilometers. What is that? Yong-kai was slightly surprised. Meng-Chi had not told him about anything like this. In any case, he did not dare to carelessly approach and investigate the situation. It was a pity that he could not figure out anything after observing from afar, and could only continue his escape. Although he did not encounter any danger during his journey, the void was not a safe place. Yong-kai would occasionally come across large patches of black ink strength residue that resembled black ink clouds during his journey. He finally understood why Meng-Chi had not escaped with him. Meng-Chi was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, but his small universe was incomplete. An incomplete small universe meant that there were flaws to be exploited. Even if he could safely come out from the sealed world, it would be very easy for him to become corrupted by the black ink strength again in this environment. The consequences would be dire if something like that were to happen. At the very least, Yong-kai would be forced to fight him. The hinterland of the Black Ink clan was not a place where ordinary cultivators could remain for long. Without a treasure like one of the 4 universe pillars, even an 8th-order open heaven realm master was at risk of being corrupted by the ambient black ink strength at any moment. On the other hand, both the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples took to this environment like ducks to water. Yong-kai traveled in hiding, so his progress was very slow, but that could not be helped. According to Meng-Chi, his current status was that of a servant without a master. People like him were easily targeted by the Black Ink clan. They either wanted to recruit him as their servant or regarded him as food. There was no other option. For that reason, Yong-kai did not dare to meet any Black Ink clansmen and constantly monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. The slightest rustling of grass or the gentlest breeze was enough to put him on guard. Unfortunately, despite his caution, it was impossible to control everything around him. One day, Yang Kai was traveling forward when a large and luxurious ship came towards him from afar. The Black Ink clan also had flight-type artifacts of their own. They themselves might not be proficient in artifact refining, but there were many talented people among the Black Ink disciples. It was not unreasonable for a small number of people to be capable of refining some flight-type artifacts. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had seen many of the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts. They came in all shapes and sizes, with the one in front of him right now being pretty normal in comparison. Some of the flight-type artifacts came in extremely odd shapes after all. However, there was no exception to one thing. The Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts were always very large. Yang Kai could understand the reasoning behind this particular aspect. Inside the sealed world, he had discovered that the 6 Black Ink feudal lords were each the size of small giants. They were several times larger than normal humans, so it was only natural that their flight-type artifacts were larger too. More importantly, most of these enormous flight-type artifacts had at least one Black Ink clan master on board. Seeing this situation right now, how could Yang Kai dare to sit around twiddling his thumbs? He looked around him for a moment before manipulating space principles. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Be that as it may, he did not dare to use instantaneous movement over a large distance since he was not familiar with the terrain in this region. It would be self-defeating if he accidentally barged into a place where he should not enter. Therefore, the destination was a Black Ink cloud in his field of vision. There were many such Black Ink clouds in the void, so it was very easy for him to hide in them. Moreover, Yang Kai had always avoided the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts in the same manner whenever he encountered any of them in the past. The passing Black Ink clansmen generally could not be bothered to poke around seriously. After all, there was not much that could pose a danger to them in this place, and Black Ink clouds could be found anywhere. Unfortunately, Yang Kai seemed to have used up all his luck. He had only just transported himself into the Black Ink cloud when he noticed that something was wrong. It turned out that there were several auras hidden within the Black Ink cloud. Seeming to notice his sudden intrusion, they immediately surrounded him from all directions. The sudden turn of events startled Yang Kai, but he was surrounded by those people before he could use space principles again. At the same time, numerous divine senses also locked onto his body. 2 6th-order and 2 5th-order masters. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, deducing his opponent's cultivation from the energy fluctuations coming from around him. Not only were they open heaven realm masters, but they also appeared in this place. There was no doubt that they were Black Ink disciples. It would have been bad enough if those people consisted only of Black Ink disciples, but the key point was that Black Ink disciples would never stray far from their master's side under normal circumstances. In other words, the master of these 4 Black Ink disciples was definitely within this very Black Ink cloud as well. Sure enough, when these 4 people surrounded Yang Kai, an enormous figure stepped out from the depths of the Black Ink cloud and slowly came to stand in front of him. This person looked down at Yang Kai from above with a look of curiosity mixed with faint surprise in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately felt a bitter taste filling his entire mouth. He was tempted to attack and ruthlessly eliminate the Black Ink disciples and the Black Ink clansmen in front of him. However, he was worried about the ship that was passing by nearby. 2 6th-order and 2 5th-order Black Ink disciples were nothing in his eyes, and the Black Ink clansman did not seem to be particularly powerful either. At the very least, he did not give Yang Kai any sense of oppression. It was incomparable to the feudal lords that he had encountered before, at least. Unfortunately, there was bound to be a feudal lord aboard the ship he had just seen. If Yang Kai stirred up chaos here, the other side would surely be alerted to the commotion and approach to investigate. There would be endless troubles in the future if Yang Kai could not cut weeds and pull out roots related to this matter. In any case, it was impossible to run at this point. a black ink disciple who was brave enough to escape after coming into contact with a black ink Klansman. That in itself was an issue worth investigating. Among all the black ink disciples Yang Kai had encountered before, every one of them prioritized the black ink clan above all else. If he made a move here, then his actions would inevitably lead to an endless pursuit. Yang Kai suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and forced a trace of trepidation onto his face. Under the gaze of the black ink Klansman, he seemed to take a few steps back in fear. The black ink Klansman studied Yang Kai with interest and asked where did he come from. A sturdy Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master beside the black ink Klansman answered, "I don't know." He suddenly intruded into this place. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he interrogated Yang Kai on behalf of the black ink Klansman. "Where are you from? Who is your master?" Yang Kai's thoughts swirled around in his head, but he responded without hesitation, "I came from the battlefield. I don't have a master." Since the Black Ink clan had been fighting with the cave heavens and paradises for so long, the front lines of the battlefield must be extremely fierce. Although Yang Kai had never experienced such a battle before, he could guess that many people were corrupted by the Black Ink strength and become Black Ink disciples during each clash. These Black Ink disciples were generally all alone with no support, and it was naturally impossible for them to return to the Great Pass guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, so their only option was to escape into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan in search of protection. That was the explanation that Yang Kai came up with along his journey. He had prepared this explanation just in case something went wrong, but he never expected his preparations would actually come in handy. It was just that he did not know if there was anything suspicious about his statement. Fortunately, neither the Black Ink Klansman who resembled a small giant, nor the Black Ink disciples showed any doubts after listening to his explanation. The Black Ink Klansman even showed a look of great joy and spoke in a voice that rumbled thunderously. "What good luck! I can't believe I came across such a huge blessing." While speaking, his large hand loomed from above and stretched out towards Yang Kai's head. "Since you don't have a master, then I will be your master from now on." Yang Kai forced himself to remain still and did not dodge aside because he did not sense any murderous intent coming from the Black Ink Klansman. What's more, this Black Ink Klansman only had 2 Sixth Order and 2 Fifth Order Black Ink disciples under his command. It could be inferred that he probably did not enjoy a particularly high identity or status, so a Sixth Order master like Yang Kai would be attractive to him. A gigantic hand covered the top of Yang Kai's head. Then thick black ink strength gushed out to envelope Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move a single muscle. The black ink strength that invaded his small universe was suppressed and sealed by the world spring. At the same time, he covertly allowed the black ink strength to cover his eyes at just the right time, and his body trembled slightly. A short while later, the Black Ink Klansman withdrew his hand. Sweeping his gaze over Yang Kai, he nodded lightly to himself, as though he was very satisfied with the results. "From now on, your name will be..." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly seemed confused. He scratched his face and asked one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples, "What is he called?" The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple answered respectfully, "E5. "Ah, that's right, E5. The Black Ink Klansman sneered disdainfully and seemed a little impatient. "You humans are so troublesome." Yang Kai did not know why he suddenly received a new name, but he could only accept it passively. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple seemed to notice Yang Kai's doubts. Pointing at himself, he explained, "I am called A1. Then he pointed to the others and introduced them. "B2, C3, D4. Yang Kai immediately felt speechless when he realized how they were named. It was most likely that the Black Ink Klansman could not be bothered to remember his servants' names, so he came up with such a simple method of identifying them. It might even have been suggested by the Black Ink disciples themselves. A1 and B2 were both in the sixth order open heaven realm, while C3 and D4 were in the fifth order open heaven realm. B2 was a middle-aged man with a clean and beardless face. C3 was a woman with a bloated body, and D4 was a short old man. Yang Kai could not tell which cave heavens or paradises these people came from, but regardless of their origins, they probably used to be elites in their respective sects who came to the black ink battlefield with the determination to fight and die if need be. However, they had been corrupted by the black ink strength and currently served under the Black Ink clan as slaves. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4919, Quang Fong Estate. That was a very sad but inevitable ending. Such occurrences were nothing new on the Black Ink battlefield. It was also the reason why Lu Mu once stated that those who crossed the no-return pass only had two futures waiting for them: die at the hands of the Black Ink clan or die at the hands of their comrades. There were no other options besides these two. The Black Ink clansman examined Yang Kai, who had been named E5. "What order are you in?" Yang Kai activated the power of his small universe. Pretending to be respectful, he answered politely, "The sixth order open heaven realm." The Black Ink clansman raised his thick eyebrow and broke out in a savage grin. "Very good." It was clear he was very satisfied with Yang Kai's strength. "Let's go." After that, he gestured with his large hand and took the lead to step out of the Black Ink cloud. A1 and the others quickly followed behind. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and hurried to keep up with them. Nevertheless, he was feeling extremely frustrated inside. With the current situation, it was temporarily impossible for him to head towards the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. He could only take one step at a time. The Black Ink disciples all had different personalities. A1, B2, and C3 seemed rather reserved and quiet, but the short old man named D4 was very talkative. Quietly dropping behind the others, he traveled side by side with Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, which cave heaven or paradise did you come from?" Yang Kai turned sideways to look at the short old man. Then he glanced forward at the Black Ink clansman in front. D4 smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Our master is very easygoing. The Black Ink clan is similar to us in that they all have their own distinct temperaments. You'll be fine as long as you diligently finish whatever task master commands you to do. He will not restrict you during other times." He seemed to think that Yang Kai was scared of the Black Ink clansman, which was why he explained the circumstances. After all, it was only natural for a person who had just gotten a new master to experience a period of adaptation. Thinking back to the time when he first became a Black Ink disciple, he too had been very cautious. He felt like he was constantly walking on thin ice, scared that he might be punished for making a mistake. It was just that he had relaxed considerably after working for his current master for so long. "Senior, which sect did you hail from?" Yang Kai countered the question with a question of his own instead. He had to tell himself over and over again that the Black Ink disciples often seemed no different from usual on the surface, even though they had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. It could be seen just by looking at the behavior of D4. Before being corrupted by the Black Ink, this old man had probably also been very talkative. The reason Yang Kai did not answer was that he feared he might name the same cave heaven or paradise as the other party and accidentally make a mistake. D4 smiled and said, "There's no need to bother with formalities, just call me by my name. This old master comes from 9 Stars Paradise." Yang Kai was familiar with the 9 Stars Paradise. After all, he had interacted with the foreign affairs envoy of 9 Stars Paradise in the star boundary. The truth was that he really wanted to ask which cave heaven or paradise the others came from, but it was difficult for him to ask any questions if D4 did not take the initiative to mention the subject. Thus, he could only steel himself and report, "I came from Inyang Cave Heaven." Out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai saw that none of the others had much of a reaction. He was relieved by their response, as it would seem that none of them came from Enyang Cave Heaven. D for showed a look of realization. Enyang Cave Heaven, that's a good place. Yang Kai was reluctant to speak further regarding this subject, as saying too much could result in a mistake, so he swiftly changed the subject. Where are we going? The Fierce Wind Estate. D for replied. Our master can be considered part of the Fierce Wind Estate, so we have to go there. Yang Kai's eyes flashed slightly before asking in a low voice, is Master a high-rank Black Ink clansman? The Fierce Wind Estate that D for mentioned was most likely the territory of a Black Ink feudal lord. In that case, a Black Ink clansman who not only served under a feudal lord but was also quite strong could only be a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Yang Kai originally guessed that this Black Ink clansman was equivalent to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength, and it would seem he was correct. D for also nodded in affirmation. Master is indeed a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Along the way, Yang Kai casually chatted with D4 and discovered that the situation was just as D4 described. The Black Ink clansman was relatively easy to get along with. Even though he noticed his servants chattering away behind him, he showed no intention to stop them. Although Yang Kai's murderous intent surged countless times, he did not dare to act rashly. This place was the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, and if he was not careful, he would easily expose his identity. What's more, he would occasionally come across other Black Ink clansmen every once in a while. There were not many chances for him to take action, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. A few days later, a patch of land covered in Black Ink clouds appeared in their field of vision. It was an incredibly enormous spirit province with dense Black Ink clouds that permeated the void for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai once saw an object in the void that was similar to a huge flower bud from a distance. There was one on the spirit province too, and it stood tall in the middle of the spirit province. When the flower bud relaxed and opened, dense Black Ink strength gushed out from within. D4, who had been traveling side by side with Yang Kai all this while, quietly poked Yang Kai in the arm. This is Fierce Wind Estate, and the feudal lord in charge is named Kwang Fong. A look of realization appeared on Yang Kai's face. A feudal lord was a Black Ink clansman equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. What is that? Unable to suppress the questions in his heart, Yang Kai asked a question while staring at the black flower bud. D4 glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Don't you know about the Black Ink nests? Yang Kai had already prepared his excuse in advance. It has not been long since I came to the Black Ink battlefield, so I don't know much. D4 understood and explained, Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It is also the place where Black Ink clansmen come from. Therefore, all Black Ink nests are extremely important to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's expression froze. That's the place where the Black Ink clan come from? He had caught a glimpse of many Black Ink nests throughout his journey. If a Black Ink nest could give birth to Black Ink clansmen, then how could the Black Ink clan be annihilated completely? He couldn't help asking in puzzlement. The Black Ink clan are born from this. D4 nodded. The Black Ink clan do not have any reproductive ability whatsoever. All of them are born from the Black Ink nests. Moreover, the Black Ink nests have the ability to devour everything in existence. No matter the object, it can be transformed into nutrients for the Black Ink nests as long as they contain energy. Once there are enough nutrients, a Black Ink clansman will be born and Black Ink strength will be released. The Black Ink strength is the foundation for increasing the cultivation of the Black Ink clansmen. Of course, they also love to devour world force, as doing so will improve their cultivation greatly. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and stared deeply in the direction of the Black Ink nest. During their conversation, they arrived above the Fierce Wind Estate. This place was overflowing with black ink strength, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in shadows. There were large buildings scattered throughout the fierce wind estate. These buildings were built in a crude and rough style, which clearly showcased the nature of the Black Ink Clan. That was not difficult to understand, though, as many Black Ink Klansmen had a large stature, so it was not surprising that their buildings were also big. Along the wide and spacious streets, large Black Ink Klansmen came and went. There were many of them. While most of them traveled alone, some of them were accompanied by their servants. Be that as it may, their numbers were not high. Some only had one, while others had 2 or 3 servants with them. It was very rare to see a Black Ink Klansman with 5 servants like Yang Kai's situation. For that reason, the Black Ink Klansman walking in front attracted lots of attention everywhere he went. Moreover, many of those gazes were filled with envy. This situation caused the leading Black Ink Klansman to become increasingly proud. He walked with an air of arrogance, as though nobody in the world was superior to him. Yang Kai looked around, and his expression showed some uncertainty. That was because he discovered that there were buildings similar to shops lining both sides of the street. In addition, there was a wide assortment of items being sold, many of which were actually resources needed for the cultivation of human cultivators. The Black Ink Clan does business. After holding back for a long time, Yang Kai finally couldn't take it and secretly asked Di for about this matter. Di smiled and said, "These items are naturally useless to the Black Ink Clan, but they are useful to us. We may serve as master's servants, and our lives may lie in his hands, but it will also benefit Master if our strength improves. We can help him gain more servants on the battlefield, help him devour more world force, and ensure his safety. Therefore, we will also benefit if we serve a good master, as they will help us improve our strength." That was the same reason why Black Ink disciples like Meng Qi were allowed to enter the sealed world before the Black Ink Clan. Meng Qi also mentioned that the Black Ink Clan wanted the Black Ink disciples under their command to be as strong as possible. In any case, it was impossible for the Black Ink disciples to betray their masters once they were corrupted by Black Ink strength, so their loyalty would never be an issue. That was why the Black Ink disciples were allowed to enter the sealed world first, so that they could search for treasures and improve their strength. Only after that would the Black Ink feudal lords enter the sealed world to devour the world force. However, Yang Kai focused on something else instead. Something Di said had given him the hope of escaping from the Black Ink Clan. All Black Ink Klansmen were bound to return to the battlefield sooner or later, so as long as he waited patiently, he would eventually find a chance to escape or kill them when he followed them out to war. Then he could meet up with the masters from the cave heavens and paradises and head for the nearest great pass. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, all the worries that had been plaguing him immediately disappeared. Yang Kai knew that what he needed to do now was to wait patiently until the opportunity to follow the Black Ink Clan onto the battlefield came. Meanwhile, Di was still chattering away. Also, Master currently lacks a flight-type artifact. If he wants to obtain one, he has to buy the materials and hire somebody to refine the artifact for him. Nonetheless, their businesses are not only for Black Ink disciples like us. The Black Ink Clan themselves also have business dealings among each other. Yang Kai nodded in response. During their conversation, the Black Ink Klansman led them into a shop. Inside the shop, another Black Ink Klansman greeted him. They seemed to be familiar with each other and chatted happily for a while. Yang Kai looked around and found that the store had everything, including artifacts for cultivators, pills, and even some high-quality cultivation resources. These items were common in the 3,000 worlds. What attracted his attention were numerous objects the size of a head that resembled crystal balls. There were not many of these objects, only a dozen or so in total. Moreover, they were placed in the most conspicuous locations. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, There were already several black ink clansmen gathered around the crystal balls. They were scrutinizing these balls with greedy expressions, as though they were very useful to them. Yong Kai glanced at the crystal balls, but could not figure out anything from them. All he could see was that something was flowing within them. Secretly releasing his divine sense, he investigated the crystal balls and immediately frowned in response. Although he did not dare to be presumptuous, in that moment of investigation, he seemed to have noticed an extremely intense world force inside the crystal ball. "Be careful," Di For noticed his actions and quickly warned him. In a place where the Black Ink clan was gathered, there was a high possibility of provoking an ill-tempered Black Ink clansman by suddenly releasing his divine sense to probe the surroundings. If that were to happen, their Black Ink clan master would not defend them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-20, World Sphere. Fortunately, Yong Kai had acted very carefully just now. His divine sense had retracted after a brief touch. Although the Black Ink clansmen around the crystal balls detected what he did, they couldn't be bothered to care. "What are those?" Yong Kai asked softly. D4's expression became rather complicated as he lowered his voice and answered, "World spheres. They contain large amounts of world force in them." "World force?" Yong Kai raised his brow with a look of astonishment. It was his first time hearing that world force could be sealed into a container. Judging from the appearance of the so-called world spheres, they were clearly refined artifacts. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters die in each battle. After these Open Heaven Realm Masters die, their world forces will disperse. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clansmen can devour and refine the world force on the spot. However, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. If they greedily try to devour the world force then, and there, they will most likely encounter various dangers. Besides, the Black Ink clan is not allowed to devour and refine world force at will during a battle. There is a group of people on the battlefield who are specially tasked with collecting and sealing world force inside world spheres. These world spheres are considered treasures to the Black Ink clan. Yong Kai's heart was heavy when he heard those words, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. These world spheres had never been seen in the 3,000 worlds because they were useless to cultivators. On the other hand, the world force sealed within these items was very useful to the Black Ink clan. Yong Kai believed that these items were artifacts specially developed by Black Ink disciples who were proficient in artifact refining. After all, the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans on the Black Ink battlefield had been ongoing for countless years. It was highly probable that some bizarre objects had been produced as a result. During their conversation, they saw a Black Ink clansman completing a negotiation with the seller. Then he took out a large handful of pitch-black round objects that resembled copper coins. After handing these coins over, he casually reached out to grab a world sphere and strode out of the shop. Yong Kai was astonished. Does the Black Ink clan have their own currency? D4 nodded. Black Ink coins. They have no value and cannot be used to cultivate, but they are used by the Black Ink clan for trading. Every Black Ink coin is produced by a royal lord, so they have the mark of that royal lord and cannot be replicated. Yong Kai exclaimed in wonder. If they are worthless and cannot be used to cultivate, then what is the significance of the Black Ink coins? Open Heaven pills were the primary currency in the 3,000 worlds, and any kind of resources could be valued in terms of them. That was because Open Heaven pills were spirit pills used by Open Heaven Realm Masters in their cultivation. Anything that was used in circulation should have its own intrinsic value. D4 laughed. If they are in circulation, then there must be a reason. Let's put it this way. If a Black Ink clansman spends a certain amount of Black Ink coins, then they can enter a Black Ink nest to cultivate. You should know that Black Ink nests are the place where those from the Black Ink clan are born. Hence, entering the Black Ink nest is like returning to their mother's womb. it is very beneficial for the improvement of their cultivation. Furthermore, if they want to advance, the advancement must be done inside a black ink nest. Only then did Yong-kai understand. Black ink coins might not have any value on their own, but they could be used to purchase things the Black Ink clan required. That made black ink coins valuable. Just the fact that their advancement had to be done inside a black ink nest was enough to make the entire Black Ink clan gather these black ink coins. Did Master come here to buy a world sphere? Yong-kai saw the Black Ink clansmen who brought them here lingering around the world spheres and constantly haggling with the seller over the price. It was easy to guess the other party's intentions. D shrugged nonchalantly. He probably can't afford one. Their master was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman whose strength was equivalent to a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master. Even if he had some black ink coins, what he had was not enough to pay for a world sphere. As D had been serving under this Black Ink clansman for a long time, he was familiar with the other party's finances. Sure enough, despite his efforts, the Black Ink clansman eventually shook his head in disappointment and led Yong-kai and the others out of the shop. Yong-kai secretly laughed to himself. Looks like my master is poor. After leading Yong-kai and the others out of the shop, the Black Ink clansman walked in a certain direction without stopping. D4, who had always been a chatterbox, fell silent all of a sudden. In fact, Yong-kai had the feeling that D4 was rather nervous about something. It was not just D4 alone. A1 and the others also showed the same reactions. Therefore, Yong-kai couldn't help feeling curious. He did not understand what was making them so nervous. It didn't take long before the Black Ink clansman led Yong-kai and the others to a gathering place bustling with people. Even before approaching the area, Yong-kai detected the violent collision of world forces coming from that direction. There seemed to be several masters fighting each other. Moreover, the battle was extremely fierce. The explosions of their battle rang out incessantly, and blinding rays of light flashed out from time to time. Are fights allowed within this fierce wind estate? Yong-kai was absolutely bewildered. It had to be said that there were rules at any place where cultivators gathered in the 3,000 worlds that basically prohibited personal fights. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan did not seem to prevent such occurrences. The place of battle was a large basin-like crater in the ground with a radius of several hundreds of meters. Even so, this space seemed relatively small for both parties participating in the fight. That was because the ones fighting in the crater were 2 6th-order masters. In addition, there was a barrier array that formed a semicircular light dome over the crater. The light barrier was extremely powerful, so even though both parties participating in battle were attacking furiously, they could not deal any damage to it. Many large Black Ink clansmen stood around the crater. Not all the Black Ink clansmen resembled humans that were enlarged several times, though. Many of them had peculiar and bizarre appearances. Some of them even looked completely like monster beasts. That was something Yong-kai had already noticed when he first arrived at the fierce wind estate. The giant humanoid appearance seemed to be considered mainstream among the Black Ink clan, followed by some having monster beast appearances. There were numerous others, some intense and grotesque, some perfectly ordinary. The Black Ink clansmen standing around the crater were showing expressions of great interest, as though they were watching 2 ferocious beasts fighting each other. They even cheered loudly from time to time. When Yong-kai and the others arrived, both parties participating in the fight had reached the stage where who lived and who died would be decided. They attacked each other mercilessly as divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out. The violent forces within the crater ran rampant, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. Yong-kai looked down for a while and sighed inwardly. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise these 2 6th-order masters fighting below were originally from. They might have held lofty positions once or even knew each other in the past, maybe even fought side by side before. In the end, though, they had fallen to this state. It was truly a sorrowful sight. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was powerless to stop this. There was nothing he could do to interfere in this spectacle. He could only watch silently. Nu Yen, are you here to benefit me again? A snide voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a tall black ink clansman smiling in their direction. There were several open heaven realm masters surrounding that black ink clansman, probably his black ink disciples. The black ink clansman who led Yang Kai and the others here coldly snorted at those words. It's uncertain who will benefit who. Langya, don't boast so shamelessly. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized his master was called Nu Yen. Although he had been traveling with his master for several days, the black ink clansman had not taken the initiative to reveal his own name. Unfortunately, he was not in the position to ask, and Di had not told him the name of their master either. It would seem that Nu Yen had a grudge against this black ink clansman named Langya. Otherwise, they would not have gotten into a dispute as soon as they encountered each other. Whether or not my words are shameless boasting, you will know after you try. Langya remained, smiling slightly. Nu Yen nodded coldly and agreed. Good. As soon as those words came out, Yang Kai distinctly noticed the expressions of Di and the others becoming more solemn and anxious. After combining everything he had seen so far, he vaguely formed a guess in his heart. The winner was soon decided among the two sixth-order open heaven realm masters fighting below. Their capabilities were not very different from each other, so they were basically equals in terms of strength. However, there seemed to be a distinct gap in their combat experiences. The one who had a deeper understanding of battle obtained the victory. Even though he paid a price, he succeeded in defeating his opponent. When the small universe collapsed, world force dispersed into the surroundings. A world sphere was thrown into the crater at just the right moment. Following the flash of a blinding light, the scattered world force was absorbed and sealed inside the world sphere. The sixth-order open heaven realm black ink disciple, who one was covered in blood, and one of his arms had been chopped off at the shoulder, but he endured the pain and cast a secret technique to stop the bleeding. When the world sphere finished absorbing all the dissipating world force, the black ink disciple reached out his hand to grab the world sphere. Then he came over to one of the black ink clansmen standing outside the crater, knelt down on one knee, quickly reporting, Master, fortunately, I did not fail my mission. The black ink clansman lowered his head to look at the sixth-order open heaven realm black ink disciple and nodded lightly. Very good. Reaching out his hand, he placed the world sphere into his space ring and sent the sixth-order black ink disciple to rest. With that, the crater became unoccupied, and Langya turned to look at Nu Yen. Shall we have a warm-up first? Nu Yen had no objections and nodded in agreement. Good. Langya asked again, just a bout or a death match? Nu Yen's eyes overflowed with rage and hostility. Of course, it will be a death match. Bold indeed. Langya immediately turned to look at the black ink disciples beside him and reached out to point at one of them. You go. The black ink disciple who was picked out by Langya was a fair-faced young man whose expression remained calm as he jumped down into the crater. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from him, he was probably in the fifth-order open heaven realm. Nu Yen turned to look at A1 and the others. His gaze flickered between C3 and D4 for a moment. Then he pointed at D4. You go. Despite his uneasy expression, D4 cupped his fist respectfully. Yes. It was impossible for black ink disciples to refuse the commands from their masters. The only thing they could do was show complete obedience. Yang Kai finally understood why D4 had been so nervous since earlier. For had clearly known that Nu Yen would bring them to this kind of place, and that he might have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Although black ink disciples were willing to offer up everything to their masters, no one would be fearless in the face of death. Both participating parties did not exchange any pleasantries with each other. It could even be said that the opponent cast a secret technique to attack as soon as flew into the crater. An impressive sword light slashed towards him from the front as world force surged fiercely. In response, hastily took action to defend himself. Was in the fifth order open heaven realm, and so was his opponent. Although their cultivation was one order lower than the previous battle, the intensity of their battle was not inferior in any way. The opponent was obviously proficient in the sword Dao. With the long sword in his hand, he covered the entire sky with a curtain of sword light. On the other hand, the artifact in D4's hands was a pair of daggers. In the first place, he had always been small-sized but agile. His figure floundered under the fierce onslaught from his opponent, and his situation looked very precarious. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-21, Deathmatch. Yang Kai watched for a while, but soon discovered that it should not be difficult for to win this battle because the latter was clearly much stronger than his opponent. That was indeed the case. Following an intense battle, the opponent's momentum gradually declined, and grasped the opportunity to rush forward, using his twin daggers to slice a bright arc through the air as he brushed past his opponent. The battle subsided in a single moment. When turned around, a crimson line of blood appeared on his opponent's neck. Immediately after that, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, and a powerful force sent his opponent's head flying into the sky. The headless corpse swayed slightly and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Nu Yen laughed loudly. Stretching out his hand, he tossed a world sphere into the arena. The world force escaping from the dead Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immediately absorbed and sealed within the world sphere. Held the world sphere in both hands. Then his short figure flickered several times. He came to stand in front of Nu Yen and bowed his head. "Master?" Taking the world sphere, Nu Yen smiled and nodded. "Very good." Langya, who was standing by the side, had an ugly expression on his face. Although he had several black ink disciples under his command, they did not come easily. How could he not feel pained after losing one of them? The muscles in his face twitched slightly as he shouted, "Again." Nu Yen teased, "Why don't we forget it and challenge each other again another day?" "Cease your nonsense." Langya had just lost one of his black ink disciples, so how could he be willing to back down now? He pointed at a sturdy middle-aged man beside him and shouted, "You go." Upon hearing the command, the middle-aged man nodded and jumped into the crater in a flash. Langya glanced at Nu Yen with a provocative expression. "If you're scared, you can leave. I won't force you." The Black Ink clan was innately prideful, so how could Nu Yen admit that he was scared in front of such a large crowd? Giving a cold snort, he turned to look at A1 and B2. The opponent dispatched by Langya was a Sixth Order Black Ink disciple. Therefore, only A1 or B2 could face this opponent. After pondering in silence for a moment, he lifted his chin in a one's direction. "Go." A1 silently cupped his fist before he turned around and stepped into the battlefield. Inside the crater, the two Sixth Order Black Ink disciples took their positions. Neither of them attacked immediately. Instead, they cupped their fists at each other in greeting. In the next moment, world force flared. They both simultaneously unleashed their divine abilities and secret techniques at each other, as though they had discussed in advance. Like before, this battle was also very intense. Both parties attacked mercilessly. Many secret techniques shone brightly, and world force collided endlessly. Yang Kai watched for some time, but could not figure out who had the edge. Both the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters undoubtedly came from the cave heavens and paradises, and there was barely any difference between their strengths. It was similar to the first battle he had watched. In the end, the final winner would be decided by luck. Afterward, he turned to observe D4. The battle earlier had consumed a lot of D4's energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. As he had already battled once, the following battles would no longer involve him, even if there were any. Hence, he was no longer as anxious and uneasy as before. His expression had relaxed considerably. Sensing Yang Kai's gaze on him, he took the initiative to explain, "This is a gambling match between the Black Ink clan. It's very common. You should watch carefully. There's no telling whether your turn might come in the future." "I heard something about a life bout and a death match just now." Yang Kai spoke softly. "What's the difference?" D4 replied, "Exactly as the name suggests. A death match does not end until one side is dead, just like my previous battle and the current battle. On the other hand, in a life bout, it's enough once a winner is determined. As our master servants, we are the pieces in the death match, as well as the prize. When either side dies, the world force in their small universe will go to the winner. Meanwhile, in a life bout, both parties will agree upon a bet before the match. For example, betting on the ownership of the Black Ink disciples, or simply betting with Black Ink coins." Yang Kai nodded lightly to indicate his understanding. "Did you say that this kind of gambling is common among the Black Ink clan?" D4 shrugged nonchalantly. "That's indeed the case. Didn't you notice how many people are gathered here? They all came here to gamble. The Black Ink clan is quite fond of this activity. If the Black Ink disciples under their command are strong enough, then they can obtain many benefits for their master. Don't be fooled by the fact that we are the master's servants. Many times, the strength of the servants also symbolizes the master's pride. The tide has to rise for the ship to sail after all." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Thank you for your instruction." D4 waved his hand casually to indicate that it was okay. Then he suddenly furrowed his brow and solemnly looked down at the fight below. In such a short period of time, there seemed to have been some unexpected changes. A clear distinction had appeared between the two parties who were originally equal in strength. One was gradually being pushed back under the opponent's fierce onslaught. Nu Yan's expression immediately became tense. On the other hand, Lang Yu stood beside Nu Yan with a smirk on his face. He looked like somebody whose trick had succeeded. "That person is from Bright King Cave Heaven," D4 suddenly exclaimed. His voice was neither loud nor soft. Although he looked like he was talking to Yang Kai, he was actually explaining the circumstances to Nu Yan. "The people from Bright King Cave Heaven mainly cultivate body tempering. We've been tricked." Likewise, Yang Kai had also noticed that one's opponent inside the crater was from Bright King Cave Heaven. He once came into contact with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven named Su Wong in the Shattered Heaven. Later, a Seventh Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven also came to Shattered Heaven and captured Blood Crow, Divine Monarch. Cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven had extremely tough bodies. Whenever they fought against others, they rarely used any artifacts, as their bodies were their greatest artifacts available. Be that as it may, one's opponent had only used secret techniques at the beginning of the battle. That was why nobody had noticed his origins. It was clearly one of the opponent's tactics. One was concentrating on a battle of secret techniques to decide the winner when his opponent suddenly rushed at him aggressively and launched a close combat assault. The sudden attack had taken him by surprise. In a fight between Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the slightest mistake could be fatal. After one fell into a disadvantage, he was steadily overwhelmed by his opponent, and soon could only defend himself, becoming powerless to fight back. Although he wanted to put some distance between them, his opponent shadowed him closely like maggots on rotting bones. It was obvious that the opponent wanted to use his strong point against his enemy's weakness. "You cheated." Nu Yen suddenly turned to glare at Langya and shouted through gritted teeth. Langya chuckled. "How can one cheat in a fight between Black Ink disciples? Your slaves are simply too weak." Nu Yen was practically spitting fire from his eyes. How could he not know that he had fallen for the other party's tricks? You first tricked him into complacency with the defeat of a fifth-order open heaven realm master, then sent out a sixth-order master to battle instead. It was obvious that the trap had been prepared for him, and he had walked right into it. The crater below might span several hundreds of meters, but that was far too little space for maneuvering in a battle between open heaven realm masters. They would not be able to display their full abilities at all. If this were a battle in the void where there was enough space around them, one might not necessarily have ended up in a situation. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the person with better close combat ability would be at a big advantage. Whether it was the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples, they all knew that a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven held an absolute advantage in this gambling arena. That was especially true if they managed to close in on their enemy. They could be said to be almost invincible under those circumstances. It was well known that nobody could defeat a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in this particular environment, unless they were also a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. That was why Black Ink disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were very sought after in the gambling arena. Furthermore, nobody would accept the challenge if a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven was sent into the arena. Langya's provocation earlier had caused Nu Yen to carelessly send out A1, his strongest sixth-order Black Ink disciple, without much consideration. It was not until this moment that he realized he had been tricked. Be that as it may, it was too late for regrets. It was impossible for Black Ink disciples to retreat from the gambling arena during a death match, regardless of the circumstances. In truth, A1 was very strong and had most likely been in the seventh-order open heaven realm in his prime. However, his opponent was equally powerful. Despite facing a barrage of secret techniques from A1, he neither dodged nor avoided the attacks and charged ahead like a mad beast on a rampage. A1 was flustered by this style of combat. What's more, there was a barrier covering the crater that prevented him from bringing out his full abilities. His strength was gradually being shaved away as a result. D for suddenly sighed. A1 is doomed. He might only be in the fifth-order open heaven realm now, but he had not lost his discerning eye. Besides, he was not the only person who could predict the outcome of the situation in the field. Anybody with the slightest insight would be able to tell that A1 was simply struggling in the throes of his imminent death. As one of Nu Yan's Black Ink disciples, D couldn't help feeling a little sad to see A1 struggling futilely against a fate that was already determined. Nu Yan's expression was becoming more and more ugly. On the other hand, Langya smiled extremely happily. The world sphere in his hand was already at the ready. Playing with it in his hands, he was ready to toss the world sphere into the crater to seal the world force at any moment. The sight of Langya's behavior made the rage in Nu Yan's heart burn even hotter. Watching this battle made Yang Kai despondent, but there was nothing he could do, making him feel extremely vexed in his heart. After struggling for some time, A1's defenses were finally broken through by his opponent. His opponent immediately approached him up close. Even though he fought hard, A1 eventually lost to the indiscriminate bombardment of his opponent's iron fists. Fresh blood splattered across crater. Even A1's defensive artifact was broken to the point where its light grew dim. As those fists smashed his body fiercely, his aura swiftly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. A loud explosion filled the air as blood mist scattered across the sky. One's body was gone, smashed to death. Meanwhile, his opponent landed lightly in the middle of the crater. He was soaked in blood that came from both himself and A1. It was a grotesque sight indeed. The entire arena was filled with cheers. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was very satisfied by this bloody scene. Langya threw his world sphere into the crater to absorb and seal the world force that originally belonged to A1. Then he immediately turned to look at Nu Yen. A third round. Nu Yen was silent. His originally pitch-black face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot. He might have won the first round, but that was just a fight between Fifth-Order Masters. In contrast, he had lost a Sixth-Order Black Ink disciple in the second round. This was such a huge loss that he felt as though he picked up some sesame seeds, only to lose a watermelon. Although Langya invited him to a third round, how could he possibly agree? Without counting Yang Kai, he only had 4 Black Ink disciples under his command in the first place. It was a blessing that he had picked up another Black Ink disciple on the way to the Fierce Wind Estate. Otherwise, this loss would have caused him distress for many years to come. It was not easy for them to obtain Black Ink disciples. First, a Black Ink clansman had to keep themselves safe on the battlefield. Then, they had to release their Black Ink strength to corrupt a human cultivator. More importantly, even if the human cultivators were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, success was not guaranteed. Nu Yen had spent thousands of years just to build up his current heritage, so how could he carelessly squander it at will? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4922. Is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? For that reason, it was impossible for Nu Yen to accept Langya's invitation for a third round, not unless there was something wrong with his head. Coldly snorting in response, Nu Yen turned to leave. I will continue to use the servant. You can send any of your men into battle. What do you think? Langya's voice came from behind. Nu Yen froze and turned back to look at Langya with a puzzled expression as if asking, Are you speaking the truth? Langya shrugged slightly, indicating that he was not joking. There were countless eyes on them, watching curiously as though enjoying a good show. Nu Yen immediately scowled upon hearing those words. Needless to say, there was nothing stopping him from leaving this place at this moment. Although he suffered a huge loss, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. The world force of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still useful to him, and picking E5 up along the way here had made up for the losses he sustained this time. However, if he left just like this, he would never be able to swallow the resentment in his heart. Lowering his head, Nu Yen looked into the crater. One might have been defeated and killed by the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, but he had not been completely powerless to fight back. His desperate resistance had also caused some injury to his opponent. In addition, the battle just now had consumed quite a lot of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator's strength. A one-on-one fight might have been impossible against him, but won't a series of continuous battles bring him down? It had to be said that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master below was a huge temptation to Nu Yen. The most important reason was that the resentment in his heart could be wiped clean in one go if he won. Seeing Nu Yan's hesitation, Langya immediately waved his hand dismissively and said, Of course, you can leave if you're scared. There's no need to force yourself. He had said those words before. His statement had been a provocation earlier, and it remained a provocation now. It was just that his tone was completely different. He had spat out those words through gritted teeth earlier, but he was openly sneering now. Nu Yen had already been hesitating earlier, so he immediately made up his mind after being agitated by those words. Who's scared? But let's make it clear now. You don't get to regret your decision when you lose later. Langya nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't regret my decision. His expression was calm and relaxed, seeming to have great confidence in the black ink disciple under his command. Looking at Lang Ye's reaction made Nguyen's heart clench. He had the vague feeling that he had made a fool of himself again. Unfortunately, he had already agreed to the challenge and could no longer back out of his decision. If he refused the challenge now, he would only become the laughingstock of his clansmen. Gritting his teeth, Nguyen gave B2 a questioning look. A1 was dead, so he could only count on B2 now. There was no denying that B2 was slightly weaker than A1, but the difference was not too great. Against an injured and exhausted opponent, his odds of obtaining victory were quite high. Under Nguyen's gaze, B2 lowered his head and said nothing. Waste, Nguyen snarled. B2's behavior obviously indicated that he had no confidence in winning. Things were bound to end badly if he were sent to fight with such a mentality. Besides, he had diligently served Nguyen for a long time. Even if he was a mere servant, B2 had been very earnest and supportive throughout all these years. Nguyen was reluctant to send B2 to certain death despite his angry cursing, so he turned to Yang Kai and snapped, "You go." Having only just picked E5 up, he did not know what his strength was like. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all the same. Seeing that B2 had no confidence of winning, then the situation was most likely hopeless for E5 too. At this point, Nguyen already regretted not leaving immediately earlier. If he had left, even if he suffered some losses, they wouldn't have been too unbearable. In contrast, the situation had worsened now. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple he just picked up would have to die here. Be that as it may, if he had to choose between B2 and E5, Nguyen would choose to abandon E5. He was not familiar with the new recruit, so he could simply act as if he had not picked anybody up in the first place. By thinking like that, he could comfort himself slightly. Yes, Yang Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist in response. He never imagined that this matter would fall upon his shoulders. Although he felt helpless, the Black Ink clansman who was supposed to be his master had spoken, so he could only obey. Nguyen spoke through gritted teeth. Even if you die, you have to drag him down with you. Yang Kai nodded and jumped into the crater. Standing beside Nguyen, D4 sighed slightly. If it had to be said, he quite liked E5. The main reason was that A1 and the others were taciturn, while E5 was willing to chat with him despite being a newcomer. Now that E5 had been ordered to enter the gambling arena, he would most likely never return again. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave. Heaven was not an easy opponent after all. That was why D4 couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Inside the crater, a bloody stench filled the air. Severed limbs and pieces of flesh could be seen everywhere. An innumerable number of Black Ink disciples had died in this place, so much so that the blood they spilled had dyed the ground crimson. The 6th Order Master from Bright King Cave, Heaven, looked over indifferently. His expression was calm. There were signs of injury on his body, but they were not serious. It was just that his battle against A1 earlier had indeed consumed a lot of his strength. Regardless of his condition, though, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent in this kind of venue. Please. Yang Kai cupped his fist at the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven. The words had only just left Yang Kai's mouth when the opponent shot towards him like an arrow released from its string. His world force was wrapped around his figure for defense, but his momentum was very aggressive. Since he had already revealed his hand during the first round, there was no longer any need to hide his abilities. Besides, he planned to finish this fight as soon as possible. It was only natural for him to seize the advantage by closing the distance. In the next moment, the Bright King Cave Heaven Master was slightly taken aback because his opponent was also rushing forward like him. There were no signs of activating a secret technique or traces of summoning an artifact, just a punch clad in world force crashing down on him. There was an uproar in the audience as countless black ink clansmen and black ink disciples widened their eyes in shock and amazement. Although Nu Yen was also shocked, he was even more furious. That damn E5. Knowing that the opponent comes from Bright King Cave Heaven and boasts a strong physical body, I can't believe he dared to take the initiative to meet him head-on. That's exactly how one was killed earlier. However, recalling his own words just now, he suppressed the flames of his anger. He had the vague feeling that E5 was following his orders and trying to create an opportunity to drag his opponent down with him. If that was the case, then his current actions were understandable. Hong. A loud explosion boomed across the arena, and shock waves visible to the naked eye erupted outward. Two figures collided fiercely against each other, then suddenly separated as they flew out in opposite directions. The first collision went beyond everybody's expectations. In the previous battle, the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had already displayed the immense strength of his body. Seeing Yang Kai dashing forward without the fear of death, they all believed that it would be a one-sided massacre, but on the contrary, it turned out to be an evenly matched situation. Nu Yen was stunned. Even Langya, who had a smile at the corner of his lips, was also stunned. Meanwhile, D4's mouth gaped open in shock. Nobody could have expected Yang Kai to withstand the punch of the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, one clash was not enough to prove anything. Only the upcoming battle would determine the victor. Two figures landed on the ground heavily. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had a surprised look in his eyes, but his figure kept charging forward without stopping. Putting some strength into his legs, he kicked off the ground so hard that an indentation formed. At the same time, he charged towards Yang Kai once more. When he was in midair, he saw his opponent making the same choice again. Hong. Hong Star. The two figures inside the crater constantly collided and separated. The cycle repeated again and again without the slightest pause. With every collision, the violent world force kicked up the wind and the clouds. Like throwing a rock into the calm surface of the lake, shock waves blasted out like ripples spreading into the surroundings. The silent audience gathered around the crater immediately burst into cheer. This fierce battle enraptured and excited the Black Ink clan. There were no fancy secret techniques or exchanges between offensive and defensive artifacts. There were only bloody fists against flesh. It was the most primitive kind of conflict, a battle that had never been seen before in the gambling arena. It was enough to bring out the deep-seated murderous brutality buried deep within their hearts and intoxicated them greatly. The smile on Langya's face gradually vanished, and his expression became solemn. Meanwhile, Nu Yan's expression was filled with surprise. He originally made the choice between abandoning B2 or E5, sending the unknown E5 into battle. Who could have known that E5 would give him such a pleasant surprise? Despite facing a direct confrontation with a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, E5 did not lose out in the slightest. Leaving aside the final outcome of the battle, just this scene alone had already broken his previous assumptions. Is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? Nu Yen turned to look at D4. Along the journey, D4 and E5 had gotten together and whispered to each other from time to time. It was not that he did not notice, but rather that he did not have to worry about the loyalty of the Black Ink disciples under him. So he rarely bothered to care about their private lives. Nu Yen had not asked about E5's background, and had even given him a name in a haphazard manner. However, D4 should know something. Upon hearing the question, D4 shook his head. No, he claimed to be from Inyang Cave Heaven. The Black Ink clan had a certain understanding of the various cave heavens and paradises, So needless to say, even Nu Yen had heard of Enyang Cave Heaven. As a result, he immediately became puzzled. Do the people from Enyang Cave Heaven have such powerful bodies? Di shook his head and said, those from Enyang Cave Heaven are proficient in the Enyang Union cultivation. They are not known for the strength of their bodies. E5 may just be innately gifted. That was the only explanation. It was not to say that others would not have strong bodies if they did not come from Bright King Cave Heaven. It was only a general comparison. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven mainly focused on body tempering, so their secret arts were also based on enhancing their physiques. Who do you think is better between them? Nu Yen asked with great interest. Although he was a high-rank Black Ink clansman with strength equivalent to a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not very familiar with the way humans fought. He could only see that the battle was extremely intense, but he could not see who held the upper hand. Di could not really say because he himself could not tell. Thus, he could only speak conservatively. E5 as hope of winning. That was enough. Nu Yen laughed heartily. Good. Very good. I've truly found a treasure. It's a blessing that I sent him out to participate in this battle. I would never have known that E5 was so amazing otherwise. At the same time, he began to worry about E5's safety. It would be good if E5 won the battle, but if E5 was defeated and killed, the loss would break his heart even more than the death of A1. Nu Yen turned his head to the side, and seeing that Lang Ye's expression was solemn and no longer as calm and relaxed as before, he sneered. Di, what do the humans say about such situations? Observing the situation, Di quickly said, all your clever scheming has led to your downfall. There's also a saying, tried to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. Right, right. Nu Yen nodded repeatedly. That's how it goes. Lang Ye glanced sideways and coldly spat. The Black Ink disciple under your command is too presumptuous. Nu Yen snorted with laughter. As you know, he is a Black Ink disciple under my command. He is none of your damn business. Weren't you laughing so happily earlier? Why don't you show me a smile now? How could Lang Ye smile at this time when he was pale with rage? Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-23, Dry Oil Lamp. Lang Ye originally thought that he would obtain another victory. Who could have known that Nu Yen would have such a talented servant under him? Lang Ye even suspected that Nu Yen had set him up. Why else would Nu Yen have behaved so reluctantly earlier? Just as Lang Ye was gritting his teeth in anger, the Black Ink disciple beside him suddenly exclaimed softly, Master, something isn't right. Ignoring Nu Yan's pestering, Lang Ye quickly looked down into the crater below. What entered his field of view made his heart sink. There was indeed something wrong. At first, the two Black Ink disciples had been evenly matched, and there was no telling who was having the upper hand. However, in such a short time, the Black Ink disciple under his command had clearly fallen behind. The Black Ink disciple no longer showed the same heroic bravery as before and was steadily being pushed back by his opponent. He was in a wretched state. This scene made Lang Ye's expression become even uglier. He had been extremely confident in the Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven under him. Otherwise, he would not have ordered him to fight 2 consecutive battles. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to reap some benefits from Nu Yen, but how could he have anticipated such an outcome? At this rate, he would really end up trying to steal a chicken but losing his rice. Another peal of smug laughter came from Nu Yen, which sounded extremely grating to Lang Ye's ears. The Black Ink clansmen watching the battle cheered loudly, making Lang Ye become increasingly anxious. In the end, he couldn't help roaring furiously, Kill him, otherwise I will kill you myself. When the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven on the battlefield heard the command from his master, he ferociously threw his fist at Yang Kai to open up some distance between them. His hands then moved swiftly to form a set of seals and cast a secret technique. Following the fluctuation of world force around him, a dazzling, giant, illusory phantom enveloped his body. His entire being seemed to integrate with the illusory phantom, and his aura soared instantly. Immovable, bright, king golden body. The cultivators from Bright King Cave, Heaven focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Hence, the immovable, bright, king golden body was their biggest trump card. If he unleashed this secret technique, then it meant that he was ready to fight with everything he had. Yang Kai, who was now being pushed back, looked annoyed. With his current strength, it would not take much effort for him to defeat or even kill this Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator in front of him. However, he was currently stuck in the depths of Black Ink Clan's territory, so he did not dare to expose too much and was consciously suppressing his true strength. After all, if he killed his opponent in 2 or 3 hits, he would surely draw attention to himself. In the worst case, he might even pique the interest of a feudal lord. A Black Ink feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Receiving the attention of such a master was bound to cause unexpected complications to occur. In contrast, the one he currently followed was no more than a high-rank Black Ink clansman, Nu Yen. Even if an unexpected incident occurred, Yang Kai could easily resolve the matter with his strength alone. That was why he had pretended to be going all out, as though he aimed to die together with his opponent, while in truth he was greatly holding back. Now that his opponent had suddenly activated his immovable bright king golden body, though, the strength that Yang Kai displayed so far was not enough to match. As this thought swirled around in his head, Yang Kai sighed softly and immediately activated the power of his dragon vein. There was no other choice. If he did not do this, he would have no explanation for what would happen next. His opponent's strength had soared, so if he did not use some sort of trump card as well, then he would have no way to explain his increase in strength. In front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai let out a furious howl. His expression was filled with savagery. Immediately after that, a series of crackling and popping sounds rang out, and his figure swelled up. Yang Kai did not dare to perform a complete dragon transformation, as that would turn him into a 20,000 meters long grand dragon. If he were to do that, he would most certainly be exposed. While carefully suppressing his dragon vein, Yang Kai's figure abruptly swelled until he was a dozen meters tall. His exposed skin was covered in a layer of dense dragon scales. A dragon horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swished back and forth behind his back. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, he stood there in a half-dragon form while a faint dragon pressure permeated the air and a dragon roar reverberated throughout the gambling arena. Outside the crater, Nu Yen widened his eyes in astonishment and stared at the changes in front of him in shock. B2, C3, and D for standing beside him were equally shocked. Then D for suddenly exclaimed, "So that's it." Nu Yen looked back. "What?" D for quickly cupped his fist. "Master, it looks like E5 is not a pure-blood human. He probably has some dragon clan blood in him." A dragon clan bloodline. Nu Yen raised his eyebrows at those words. "Isn't that what you humans call the leaders of the divine spirits?" Even though he had participated in the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans countless times, the truth was that Nu Yen had never seen the Dragon Clan in person before. At most, he only heard of such a race. Nevertheless, he immediately became excited. "Doesn't that mean he is amazing?" D shook his head and said, "Reporting to Master, E5 may have some Dragon Clan blood running through his veins, but his bloodline is clearly not very pure. Judging by his appearance, he is what we call a dragonborn. He is not part of the true Dragon Clan." As if afraid that Nu Yen would not understand, he made an analogy. If you compare the Black Ink Clan to the Dragon Clan, then The Dragonborn is similar to Black Ink disciples. Although the Dragonborn have some of the Dragon Clan's powers, they are far from the real thing. Nguyen nodded without really understanding the explanation. In any case, he knew that the servant called E5 was quite special. Deep continued, the Dragon Clan is very powerful. They are known as the head of the divine spirits. Hence, their physical bodies are extraordinarily powerful. E5's strong physique is probably related to the dragon vein in his body. It all makes sense now. He comes from Inyang Cave Heaven after all, so how can his body be stronger than that of someone from Bright King Cave Heaven? It turns out he was a Dragonborn all along. Nguyen laughed loudly. Turning to look at Langya, he mocked the other party. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Langya coldly snorted. It is uncertain who will win and who will lose. Don't get carried away. Nguyen snorted and said nothing more. Wasting time arguing with Lang, it was meaningless. As long as his servant won the battle, he would be able to see Langya's angry and depressed face, which would make it all worth it. On the battlefield inside the crater, the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, who cast his immovable Bright King Golden Body, and Yang Kai, who was in his half-dragon form, attacked and collided with each other again. This time around, the battle was more ferocious and cruel compared to before. Everybody knew that both parties had played their final cards, and the outcome of the life-or-death battle was about to be decided, so all were excitedly paying attention. The two gigantic figures collided with each other, but they did not separate from each other as they did before. On the contrary, they became entangled together. Activating the powers of their small universes, they constantly attacked each other indiscriminately. Both of them had completely abandoned any form of defense and focused solely on a fierce offensive. They were behaving as though they wanted to kill each other or die trying. Yang Kai even used his dragon tail and dragon fangs to attack. This battle was not flashy, but it was ferocious and brutal. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the two figures rolled about in a tangle of limbs. When they slammed into the light barrier, the impact even made an indentation in it. Although the light barrier recovered quickly, the horrifying power behind their collision could be seen. After some time, the light of the immovable Bright King Golden Body gradually became dim. Likewise, Yang Kai was drenched in blood, and he looked as though he was in a precarious state. Be it Langya or Nguyen, their expressions became solemn. Nobody had expected this battle to end up in this situation. It was impossible to tell who would win in the end. However, it had to be said that this was a satisfying battle to watch. That much was obvious just by looking at the exhilarated expressions of the Black Ink clan in the audience. Hong. A loud explosion erupted. The two figures that had been tangled together since they pulled out their final trump cards finally separated, dropped out of the sky, and crashed to the ground. The immovable Bright King Golden Body had been shattered completely, and the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator lay motionless on the ground. It was unknown whether he was still alive. The corners of D4's mouth twitched slightly. Although he came from 9 Stars Paradise, he was aware that a Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator's golden body was extremely powerful. It was unbelievable to think that it had been forcibly broken with brute force. If Bright King Cave Heaven learned about this situation, they would certainly feel ashamed. Yang Kai's dragon transformation slowly disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Similarly, he lay on the ground without moving. Did the both of them die? The Black Ink clan watched with eyes widened in surprise. If that was the outcome of the battle, then it would be quite interesting in and of itself. They did not care for the life or death of the Black Ink disciples, so it would be a worthwhile trip here if they could witness such an exhilarating battle. However, there were no signs of any small universes collapsing. In other words, both parties were still alive. It was just that the battle had been too intense, so they were completely exhausted. Langya's furious roar rang out. "Stand up and kill him." Victory or defeat is only one step away. How can I fall short now? Seeming to hear his master's command, the fingers of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator twitched in response. Then he struggled to his feet and staggered towards Yang Kai. Nu Yen felt as though his heart was in his throat. Although he sent E5 into battle because he originally planned to abandon him, this battle had completely exceeded his expectations. Based on the strength E5 displayed so far, it was clear that he was much stronger than A1. Nu Yen was reluctant to throw aside a servant like that, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. Masters were not allowed to interfere in the fights between their black ink disciples. Those were the rules. Seeing that the opponent was going to reach E5, Nu Yen yelled anxiously, "Get up! Get up!" Yang Kai remained motionless. D4 sighed sorrowfully. In the end, he still lost. In this place, defeat meant death, as the opponent would not be merciful. In front of everybody's eyes, the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator staggered over to Yang Kai and stood before him. It was at that moment that Yang Kai, who had been lying there without moving, abruptly leaped to his feet and kicked his opponent in the chest. His opponent stumbled and fell to the ground. Then he lunged forward, sat on his opponent, and threw a frenzy of punches. Nu Yen had been so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest, so when he saw the sight, he couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other hand, Lang Yu was flabbergasted. He never imagined such a turn of events would occur. Pung pung pung. Yang Kai's fist smashed down, causing the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator to become bruised and bloody under his punches. Be that as it may, everyone could tell that he barely had any strength left even though he was attacking fiercely. His punches seemed almost weak and flimsy. At the beginning, the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator struggled to fight back. Nevertheless, he quickly lost the strength to resist and just lay there to be slaughtered. He was also a dry oil lamp at this point. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and struggled to his feet. Immediately after that, he did something completely unexpected. He grabbed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator by one of the legs and staggered towards Nu Yen. The cheers had died down. All the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples were staring at Yang Kai in confusion. Having reached this point, the winner of this battle was obvious. Even so, the conclusion of the battle never came. In a place like this, one party had to die in order for a death match to be considered over. Although Yang Kai had won the battle, his opponent was still alive. The audience understood. It was not that he didn't want to kill his opponent. He simply no longer had the strength to do so. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-24, An Unexpectedly Pleasant Surprise. The Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator was a dry oil lamp who didn't even have the strength to fight back at this point. Be that as it may, thanks to how he normally focused on cultivating his physical body, his physique was incredibly intrepid all on its own. It was not easy for an opponent who was equally exhausted to kill him. Such a situation had never been seen before. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was feeling extremely uneasy as he dragged the Bright King Heaven Cultivator towards Nu Yen. He didn't know whether the plan he had made up on the spot could be realized. Even so, he had to try. This matter involved a life, after all. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi once told him that there was no need for him to show mercy to his opponents if he encountered another Black Ink disciple in the future. On the contrary, he should kill them if he could, as that would in and of itself be a blessing for them. Yang Kai never imagined that the time to make such a choice would appear so quickly before him. However, he could not bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter the Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave, heaven in front of him. He had the means to solve the root issue after all. There might be an opportunity for him to rescue this Black Ink disciple and restore his original nature, which was why he tried every means possible to defeat his opponent without killing him. Staggering over to Nu Yen, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Master, fortunately, I did not fail my mission." Nu Yen smiled and nodded. "Very good. I knew I was right about you." The truth was that he had made up his mind to abandon Yang Kai when he sent him into the battlefield earlier. Looking back on his decision now, it would seem like he had great foresight instead. Nu Yen lowered his head and glanced at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, whom Yang Kai had dragged over to him. A greedy look flashed across his eyes as he stretched out his hand. "Hand him to me." Yang Kai had no choice but to obey. Nu Yen reached out and grabbed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, his large palm holding him upright as his black ink strength surged and wrapped around the latter. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nu Yan's actions had not disappointed him. This situation was exactly what he had been hoping for. On the other hand, the expression of Langya, who had been gnashing his teeth and watching from nearby, immediately fell at this sight, and he shouted grimly, "Nu Yen, what are you doing?" He initially thought that Nu Yen would simply enjoy the spoils of war. The world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was an extremely nutritious supplement to a high-rank black ink clansman after all. Nu Yan's strength would surely increase sharply after devouring the world force of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. How could he have anticipated that Nu Yen had no such plans at all? Contrary to expectations, Nu Yen used his own black ink strength to corrode the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. In this way, wouldn't the Bright King Heaven Cultivator become Nu Yan's black ink disciple instead? How could Langya accept this situation? A living black ink disciple and a dead black ink disciple had very different values. He had agreed on a death match with Nu Yen, so now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Langya had mentally prepared himself for his black ink disciple to be killed. If Nu Yen had killed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, then he would have nothing to say. However, Nu Yan's current actions were unacceptable to him. Doing this would greatly increase the overall strength of Nu Yan's subordinates. Conversely, Langya would lose a powerful subordinate. Thanks to this shift in numbers, the gap between his strength and Nu Yan's strength would become very large. "Do you have an objection?" Nu Yen glanced sideways at Langya. Langya roared angrily, "You and I agreed to a death match. The battle must end with death to determine the winner. What do you mean by stealing my black ink disciple now?" If it were a life bout where the ownership of the losing black ink disciple was the wager, then Nu Yan's actions would be beyond reproach. However, it was different for a death match. Nu Yen sneered. "What do you mean by stealing? The outcome of the battle has been decided, and these are spoils of war. If I want him alive, he will live. If I want him dead, he will die. His life is mine now. It has nothing to do with you." Langya insisted on the rules and refused to back down. A death match is a death match. Between these two black ink disciples, only one may survive. You may choose which one. Nu Yen shook his head slowly. Nobody ever said that only one person can survive in a death match. It was true that nobody had ever specified such a thing. It was just that every death match had ended with the same result, mainly because the black ink disciples who fought in each battle were not significantly different in strength. There had never been a situation in which a black ink disciple with a higher order had utterly suppressed a black ink disciple with a lower order before, seeing as the black ink disciples could not afford to hold back once the fight started. It was only natural that one side would eventually be defeated and killed. In this way, everybody had simply taken this rule as a given. A situation like this, where Yang Kai had captured his opponent alive and returned to his master, was unprecedented. Hence, there was room for interpretation. Langya did not waste his time arguing with Nu Yen, though. Raising his arms, he shouted to the audience, "Let's ask our clansmen. What are the rules of a death match?" Kill, kill, kill. Deafening cheers rang out from the surrounding audience. The Black Ink clan did not care about who would benefit from this situation. They simply wanted to see blood and death. Langya gave Nu Yen a defiant look with a smug expression on his face. Nu Yan's expression became solemn. He really liked this Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, so it would be great if he could take him under his command. However, his gains would not be worth the losses if he incurred the wrath of his clansmen here. While Nu Yen was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fist. "Master, why don't you let me fight him again? I can slowly torture him to death." Nu Yen frowned and asked, "Slowly torture him to death? What would the point of that be?" Yang Kai quickly followed up, "What do you think of 100 years? Only then did Nu Yen understand and grin to himself. Who would be willing to watch this fight drag on for 100 years? Even Lang, you may not have such patience. Once Langya was gone, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator would naturally become his Black Ink disciple. It wasn't a bad solution. "You court death." Langya turned and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head. "If Master wants me dead, I will die." The implication behind his words was, naturally, you are not qualified to order me around. D4's eyes widened when he heard those words. It was only at this moment that he realized how bold E5 was. I can't believe he dared to speak to a Black Ink clansman in such an aggressive manner. Does he not know how to write the word death? Impudence. Nu Yen rebuked, but the tone of his voice held no sense of reproach whatsoever. Yang Kai bowed his head in deference. Nu Yen then turned to look at Langya. "I'm sure you're not willing to spend 100 years watching a boring fight, right? If you're really that leisurely, then I can allow the two Black Ink disciples to continue their match." In any case, the cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven had already been imbued with his Black Ink strength and could already be considered his Black Ink disciple. As long as Nu Yen gave the order, it was really possible for the two Black Ink disciples to fight for another 100 years. Langya's expression was frigid, but he remained silent. "Let's do this. Why don't we just invite the 3 feudal lords to adjudicate this matter? We can ask them for their opinions and decide based on the majority. Whatever the feudal lords decide, we will obey their decision," Nu Yen suggested. The reason Nu Yen made such a suggestion was that he would not suffer any losses, regardless of the outcome. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was allowed to live, then he would obtain an additional powerful servant. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was condemned to die, then he could take the opportunity to devour his world force and increase his own strength. On the contrary, no matter how the situation turned out, Langya would not benefit in any way. More importantly, Nu Yen did not have 100 years to waste either. Seeing as Nu Yen had already made such a suggestion, how could Langya refuse? He immediately nodded in agreement. "Good." Nu Yen turned to look around him. Then he placed his hand on his chest. "I respectfully invite our respected feudal lords to pass judgment upon this matter," pointing at the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator. He continued, "The life of this Black Ink disciple will depend on your judgment, sirs." There were Black Ink feudal lords mixed among the Black Ink clan watching in the surroundings. Moreover, they were not few in number. As long as one could reach the appropriate level of strength, they would automatically become a feudal lord, but not every Black Ink feudal lord had their own territory. This place was the Fierce Wind Estate, and there was naturally a feudal lord in charge here. As such, other feudal lords did not have a say in how this place operated. Since the lord of the Fierce Wind Estate had a territory of his own, that could only mean that his strength was incomparable to an ordinary feudal lord. Still, that did not mean other feudal lords did not have any authority here. It was the same as Voidland. There were so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, but despite also being one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai was also Voidland's lord. The others might be part of Voidland, but they did not have the status of being the Lord. After Nu Yen finished speaking, he waited quietly. A short while later, a female black ink feudal lord finally spoke up with great majesty. A death match should involve death. What meaning is there for both to survive? The meaning behind her words was extremely clear. Langya and Nu Yen bowed with their hands on their chests as a sign of respect. Then they quietly waited for the next feudal lord to speak. Nevertheless, Langya's expression was obviously much more relaxed thanks to the support of this female feudal lord. Nu Yen was unaffected by the situation as he figured he would win regardless of the outcome. After a while, another feudal lord spoke. The Black Ink disciple is also part of the Black Ink clan's strength. Let him live. He will be of use on the battlefield. The opinions of the two feudal lords had opposed each other. In that case, the last feudal lord would undoubtedly decide the life or death of that bright king cave heaven cultivator. A voice soon rang out from somewhere. Let him live. The response was very concise. There was no need for much explanation. He probably had the same thoughts as the second feudal lord. The Black Ink disciple could contribute more if he survived. Nu Yen and Langya bowed once more. When they straightened their backs, Nu Yen gave Langya a triumphant smile. Langya snorted in response. Turning around, he left with his remaining Black Ink disciple in tow. He originally had 3 Black Ink disciples gathered around him, including 2 Fifth Order and 1 Sixth Order. One of his Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been killed by Deep Four, and his only Sixth Order servant had been captured by Yang Kai. At present, he was only left with 1 Fifth Order Master. It was a bleak sight to behold. If Langya wanted to obtain more Black Ink disciples, then he could only buy them from other Black Ink clansmen, participate in similar gambling battles, or wait for the war to break out, so that he could corrupt a human cultivator with his Black Ink strength on the battlefield. In any case, he suffered a huge loss this time. Nu Yen, who was in conflict with Langya, was naturally overjoyed by this turn of events. The 2 gambling battles had resulted in the loss of A1, followed by the acquisition of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. Although the lineup under his command remained at 5 subordinates, his overall strength had increased. Everything could be accredited to the newly recruited servant called E5. If E5 had not given him such an unexpectedly pleasant surprise today, he would not be so ecstatic right now. Turning around, he looked at Yang Kai, who was bloody and disheveled from the fight. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the happier he became. He had never found a Black Ink disciple so appealing before. From today onwards, you will be called A1, Nu Yen said while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist and responded softly, yes. His name had changed from E5 to A1 all of a sudden. It was obviously a giant leap in status. Your name is E5. The Black Ink clansman looked at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator again. The Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had yet to recover fully after such a short rest, but he had enough energy to at least stand up now. Despite his pale complexion, he responded in the affirmative. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4925, Money Tree. Thanks to Yang Kai's performance earlier, Nu Yan's attitude towards him became much warmer and friendlier. Moreover, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time with a thoughtful expression, leading the Black Ink disciples under his command. Nu Yan left the gambling arena and found a place to rest. He even handed many cultivation resources to Yang Kai so that the latter could recover sooner. Yang Kai could only show a grateful attitude. The truth was that the previous fight against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had not exhausted him to a great extent. He had been holding back his strength all this time, so he only looked like he was in a wretched condition on the surface. Nevertheless, in order not to expose his secret, Yang Kai was forced to suppress his recovery ability as much as possible. In this way, it took him 3 whole days before he returned to his peak. During these 3 days, he repeatedly felt Nu Yen watching him with a vaguely meaningful look. These occurrences made him somewhat vigilant. He even wondered whether he had accidentally revealed his secrets and caused Nu Yen to become suspicious of him. Upon careful consideration, though, Yang Kai realized that his worries were unwarranted. He had not made any mistakes, so Nu Yen could not have figured out anything. Even so, he could not understand what Nu Yen was thinking. When Yang Kai opened his eyes on the 3rd day, it was obvious that Nu Yen had been waiting for a long time. Nu Yan's gaze immediately swept in his direction, and he called out, "A1." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist. "How may I help you, master?" "With your ability. How many battles can you win if you fought consecutive rounds against humans in the same order without any rest?" Nu Yen asked. Yang Kai did not know why Nu Yen was asking about this. He thought to himself that it was impossible for him to lose against opponents in the same order, no matter how many of them he fought, but he answered cautiously, 3 battles at most. Nu Yen raised his eyebrows. 3? Very good. While saying that, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm going to bring you to a gambling arena. Can you guarantee that you will be undefeated in all 3 battles?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "This subordinate has just shown his face in the gambling arena a few days ago. Will anybody be willing to be my opponent if we go again now?" His previous battle against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had been witnessed by many Black Ink clansmen. No matter how much he had suppressed his strength, his victory would not change. There might not be anybody who was willing to take up the challenge due to the skills Yang Kai showed in the earlier battle. Nu Yen chuckled. "Rest assured, there will definitely be contenders. Even if there aren't, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about this. However, I need you to guarantee me that you will never lose. If you think that you are incapable of continuing, then let me know in advance." He was reluctant to lose a servant like Yang Kai. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. "Let's go." Nu Yen beckoned with his hand and led his Black Ink disciples towards the gambling arena once more. A short while later, they arrived at a crater where 2 Black Ink disciples were fighting. The surrounding area was as lively as ever. This was undoubtedly a death match. The 2 Black Ink disciples were struggling desperately, each unleashing their respective secret techniques and divine abilities. It was an extraordinarily heated battle, and the cheers rang out endlessly from the crowd. After waiting for some time, the fight between the 2 Black Ink disciples finally came to an end. The winner survived, and the loser died. Sometimes, the fate of Black Ink disciples lay at the whims of the Black Ink clan. When the victorious Black Ink disciple left the arena, Nu Yen signaled Yang Kai with a look. Yang Kai immediately understood and flew down into the crater. It had only been 3 days since he last fought a valiant battle here. So many Black Ink clansmen recognized him when he suddenly showed up here. They immediately looked enthusiastic, chatting while watching with great interest. Be that as it may, no Black Ink clansmen sent their own Black Ink disciple into the arena. This couldn't be helped as Yang Kai's performance a few days ago had been too extraordinary. If somebody entered the arena without confidence, they would only suffer a tragic end. It was not easy to obtain Black Ink disciples, so the Black Ink clan was not willing to squander them carelessly. Naturally, there were many Black Ink clansmen who showed interest in Yang Kai. It was just that they could only shake their heads regretfully after asking the opinions of the Black Ink disciples under their command. Despite waiting for a while, nobody stepped forward to accept the challenge. Yang Kai remained standing in the middle of the crater, looking rather bored. A Black Ink clansman soon yelled from the surrounding area, "Nu Yen, nobody will accept your challenge if you send this person into battle. Change him for someone else. Nu Yen bared his teeth in annoyance. He initially thought that he could get lucky, and a black ink clansman who was not aware of Yang Kai's strength would send their black ink disciple into battle. Who could have known that there were no reckless fools around today? The black ink clansman who witnessed the battle 3 days ago would not be deceived, and those who had not witnessed the battle in person learned about the situation after making some inquiries. Since he could not rely on luck, he could only lure others in with the temptation of profit. Nu Yen chuckled and spoke in a carrying voice. It is true that my black ink disciple is quite strong. I've never seen anybody else in the same order who is more powerful than him. But since he is already standing in the arena, it's a pity to leave without even fighting. Let's do this instead. We'll fight a life bout. Whoever wins the battle can go ahead and take him away. Whoever loses the battle will only need to pay me 100 black ink coins. As soon as this statement came out, an uproar broke out among the black ink clansmen. Nu Yan's words were too brazen. It was almost like he was implying that it was impossible for his black ink disciple to be defeated. A black ink clansman immediately asked eagerly, Nu Yan, are you serious? The value of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciple was not low. If a 6th Order black ink disciple were to be traded, they would definitely be sold for tens of thousands of black ink coins. It had to be said that tens of thousands of black ink coins would be a sizable chunk of wealth to a high-rank black ink clan. Even if they lost, the compensation was not too high. There would not be any deaths either, since it was a life bout. In other words, they did not need to worry about their black ink disciples dying, and only needed to pay 100 black ink coins. It was only 100 black ink coins. Who could not afford something like that? Even the low-rank black ink clansman could bring out 100 black ink coins at will. Nu Yen nodded. Of course, I'm being serious. That is something I announced in public, so how can I go back on my words? Upon hearing those words, the black ink clansman immediately became agitated and sent the black ink disciples under their command into the arena. Dozens of black ink disciples instantly took to the air and landed inside the crater. Originally, Yang Kai stood alone in the gambling arena. Now, a dozen or so figures were present. Nu Yen chuckled. Are you planning to gang up on me? If that's the case, I will have to admit defeat. Many of the black ink clansmen looked around at each other. Nobody was willing to let their black ink disciples retire from this battle. It was a great opportunity after all. Therefore, they all waited for the others to withdraw their black ink disciples from the battlefield. After a period of stalemate, Nu Yen came up with a suggestion. Let's do this. I'll ask my black ink disciple to randomly pick an opponent. Whomever he chooses will be the opponent in this battle, so there's no need to argue over this matter. What do you think? This suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everybody, so they nodded in agreement. Only then did Nu Yen lower his head to look at Yang Kai. Choose one yourself. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and randomly pointed a finger at a handsome young man. You. The young man nodded lightly, and the other black ink disciples left the battlefield after receiving orders from their respective masters. Soon, only Yang Kai and the young man were left on the battlefield. Nu Yen said, "Once you're ready, you may start at any time." As soon as those words rang out, Yang Kai slammed into his opponent like an arrow released from the string. His large hand reached out as world force surged around his palm. The young man had obviously seen the battle 3 days ago, so he knew Yang Kai's strength. As soon as he saw Yang Kai making a move, how could he dare to let his opponent approach him? He immediately fled to the back and simultaneously cast a secret technique. The secret technique blasted at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai neither dodged nor avoided the attack, and instead threw out a punch. The battle was quite fierce. The young man was quite strong. Having originated from a cave heaven or paradise, he was not an average master. Both parties exchanged blows furiously, allowing the Black Ink clan to enjoy the battle with relish. For Yang Kai, this kind of battle was nothing special. It was just that he needed to moderately show off his strength without exposing too much, so suppressing his power was actually the most difficult part. The intense battle lasted for an incense stick, and in the end, Yang Kai found an opportunity to punch the young man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew out. During that interval, Yang Kai did not pursue victory and simply stood silently in place. The young man gasped for breath for some time before he cupped his fist and flew away without a word. The corners of Nu Yan's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. After receiving the 100 black ink coins from the master of the Black Ink disciple earlier, he glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, to which Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Seeing that, Nu Yan suddenly became confident and shouted, "The rules for the next battle will remain the same, but the loser will have to pay me 500 black ink coins." Many Black Ink clansmen were stunned. Generally speaking, Black Ink disciples would need to rest after each fight. It was not common for them to fight consecutive battles. Of course, it had happened once 3 days ago, the result of which was Langya's Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave, heaven being snatched by Nu Yan. The strength of Black Ink disciples in the same order did not vary greatly, so it was very difficult for them to bear the burden of continuous battles. Hence, Nu Yan's practice was undoubtedly reckless. The number of black ink coins might have increased from 100 to 500, but it was still within an acceptable range. 500 black ink coins was not too much, not to mention his black ink disciple had already fought once, so his strength must have declined by now. The astonishment of the Black Ink clan lasted only for a moment. Following that, a dozen or so Black Ink disciples flew down and stood in front of Yang Kai once more. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, how could he not know what Nu Yan was planning? Nu Yan was totally regarding him as a money tree. No wonder he previously asked me how many battles I could last. He even repeatedly told me that I must not lose and to tell him in advance if I was too tired to continue fighting. Despite understanding the situation, Yang Kai could only go along with the arrangement. Fortunately, Nu Yan only wanted to earn black ink coins, so the battles were not death matches. Otherwise, Yang Kai truly had no idea whether he could kill. The same scene as earlier, along with the same rules. Yang Kai randomly chose his next opponent. The masters of those Black Ink disciples who were not selected sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. In their opinion, this was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. It was a pity that they failed to grasp the chance twice. Be that as it may, reality turned out to be beyond their expectations. At the end of the second battle, Yang Kai won again. Although it looked like the battle had exhausted him, he pummeled his opponent to the point where they were coughing up blood. It was obvious that his opponent could no longer continue the fight. Nu Yan was smiling so widely that his teeth could be seen. After receiving the 500 black ink coins, he shot another inquiring look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai regretted saying that he could fight 3 battles in a row. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given such an answer. His careless response had made things difficult for him to quit now, so he could only nod lightly in silence. Sitting down cross-legged, he seized the time to recover his strength as though he was extremely exhausted. Many Black Ink clansmen turned their eyes to Nu Yan and waited for him to speak, and they were not disappointed as Nu Yan soon shouted, "This is the last match. The rules will remain the same. If you win, you can take him with you. If you lose, you have to cough up 1,000 black ink coins." Compared to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciple worth tens of thousands of black ink coins, 1,000 black ink coins were undoubtedly worth betting on, especially since Yang Kai had already gone through 2 consecutive battles. The chances of winning were astronomical at this point. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-26, Black Ink Nest. Before the third match began, the Black Ink clansmen began to quarrel among themselves. They had watched the previous 2 consecutive battles. Most notably, Yong Kai had been injured during the second match, so his strength would surely have been greatly reduced. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for him to win the third match. This match was going to be a huge opportunity, so nobody was willing to back down. Although Nu Yen appeared to be watching cheerfully, he was actually feeling nervous inside. It was true that Yong Kai had given him the signal that he could continue fighting, and it was also true that Yong Kai had demonstrated incredible combat prowess. Even so, he was not confident as to whether Yong Kai could win the third battle. If Yong Kai were to lose, then he would have shot himself in the foot with his actions. At any rate, now that things had reached this point, his only option was to persevere. This was a matter concerning 1,000 Black Ink coins after all. If this method was feasible, then he would never need to worry about Black Ink coins again in the future. The Black Ink clansmen quarreled endlessly among themselves. In the end, they decided to follow the original rules and allowed Yong Kai to pick his own opponent. The opponent would be fighting whomever he chose, and nobody could object to his decision. When the third battle began, everybody paid close attention to the fight. With Nu Yen looking the most nervous out of them all, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The 2 Black Ink disciples exchanged countless blows with each other, and the battle was astoundingly intense. Yong Kai once again transformed into his half-dragon form. His performance made it seem as though he had played all his cards, but the fight left him drenched in blood nevertheless. He looked like he was at risk of dying at any moment. Nu Yen felt his heart sinking in his chest. He was starting to think that he was going to lose the battle. On the other hand, the opponent's side was in high spirits because he could almost see the scene where he obtained a new and powerful Black Ink disciple. However, accidents always occurred when they were least expected. The opponent had clearly been holding the upper hand in the battle, but he experienced a sudden turn of events. In spite of the fact that Yong Kai had been fighting for 3 consecutive battles and looked like a wretched mess as a result, his attacks only became increasingly aggressive the further. He was pushed into a corner. When the opponent fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground unconscious, the entire gambling arena fell silent. Yong Kai also fell out of the sky at the same time, but he managed to stay on his feet at the last moment. His complexion was as white as a sheet. "We won," Di shouted from beside Nu Yen. Nu Yen also burst into cheerful laughter, his tense mood finally relaxing. The other party handed over a space ring. Nu Yen took the space ring and checked the amount. After confirming that there were indeed 1,000 Black Ink coins, he smiled and said, "My respects." The Black Ink clansman's expression was indifferent. The loss of 1,000 Black Ink coins might hurt slightly, but the damage was not significant. He nodded lightly in response. "Are you interested in another match?" Nu Yen immediately shook his head. While he regarded Yong Kai as a cash cow, he was not a fool. Yong Kai was no longer in a state to continue fighting. If he fought another battle, he would definitely lose. How could Nu Yen agree to such a proposal? The Black Ink clansman added, 2,000 Black Ink coins. Nu Yen continued to shake his head. "Even if you offer me 5,000 Black Ink coins, I won't accept the challenge." Nevertheless, he did not cut off the possibility of future negotiations and reassured the other party with a smile. "Until next time. There will certainly be chances to have a rematch in the future." Having said that, he turned around and instructed Di bring him back. Di accepted the command and flew towards the crater to bring Yong Kai back. Nu Yen did not stop there. Leading his Black Ink disciples, he returned to the place where they rested previously and handed some resources to Yang Kai for cultivation and recovery so that his wounds could heal. Yang Kai had earned New Yen a total of 1,600 black ink coins from the 3 battles earlier. The amount might not be much, but this was not a one-time gig. What was there to fear about the lack of black ink coins if he repeated this cycle a few more times? Looking at Yang Kai, who was meditating in a cross-legged position nearby, New Yen felt as though he could see a method to earn a fortune. A few days later, New Yen led Yang Kai and others to the gambling arena again. Armed with the previous experience, he showed significantly more confidence in Yang Kai this time. Yang Kai had shown off his great strength after winning 3 consecutive battles a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples knew that he was not an easy opponent to mess with. Be that as it may, most people believed that they might get lucky and had thoughts such as, what if I strike gold? In any case, the losses were not too high even if they didn't win the match. That was why, as soon as Yang Kai entered the battlefield, several Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the crater under the command of their masters. New Yen's rules did not change. All 3 matches were life bouts, and the bet increased with every round. The first match was 100 black ink coins, the second match was 500 black ink coins, and the third match was 1,000 black ink coins. The number of black ink disciples in the battlefield increased with every round, and Yang Kai would randomly choose an opponent each time. The 3 battles eventually ended with 3 consecutive wins. Just like before, New Yen earned 1,600 black ink coins. He was overjoyed. For the next month, New Yen would lead Yang Kai to the gambling arena every few days. It was the same experience every time. Yang Kai never disappointed him. This Black Ink disciple was definitely his greatest treasure that would bring him enormous wealth in the future. New Yen secretly rejoiced that he had accidentally picked up this servant while resting inside the Black Ink cloud back then. In just 1 month, Yang Kai became famous throughout the Fierce Wind Estate, be it the high-ranked Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink clan feudal lords. All of them were paying close attention to him now. They had never seen anyone who could defeat so many Black Ink disciples before. Most of the Black Ink clansmen here had participated on the real battlefield in the past. To survive and return from the battlefield meant that they had battled and slaughtered human cultivators. It had to be said that the situation would be very terrifying if all the human cultivators were like Yang Kai. Even Black Ink clan feudal lords took the initiative to meet New Yen and made their intentions to purchase Yang Kai clear. The price they offered was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a Black Ink disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be worth 10,000 or so Black Ink coins. Nonetheless, many of the Black Ink feudal lords offered a price of 20,000 or even 30,000 Black Ink coins. Although New Yen was tempted, he refused all their offers in the end. A one-time sale could never be as beneficial as long-term financial stability. He had far more plans to implement, so how could he sell Yang Kai off? However, on a certain day 1 month later, nobody stepped up to accept the challenge when New Yen brought Yang Kai to the gambling arena. After so many battles, Yang Kai had not lost a single one. He would fight 3 consecutive battles each time, and he would look as though he was on the verge of losing every time. Be that as it may, he would always win in the end. The Black Ink clan had also noticed this issue and began to suspect that New Yen was digging a pit for them to jump into. Therefore, they all cursed New Yen for being insidious and cunning. Since it was a battle they could not win, who would willingly give money away for nothing? There was nothing New Yen could do if nobody accepted the challenge. After waiting for some time, he summoned Yang Kai back and left the gambling arena with his subordinates. His efforts during this period had indeed allowed him to gain enormous benefits. In the beginning, New Yen did not have many assets, but now he had enough for him to carry out something important. Silently following behind New Yen, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the black ink nest. He had secretly observed the black ink nest on many occasions during the time he lived in Fierce Wind Estate. For had mentioned that it was the place where all black ink clansmen were born. The black ink nest was not only an important foundation of the black ink clan, but the advancement of a black ink clansman's cultivation must also be done inside a black ink nest. Entering a black ink nest cost black ink coins. Even purchasing world spheres required black ink coins. That was why the black ink coins were considered so valuable. Yang Kai was very concerned about this black ink nest. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to approach it previously and could only watch from afar. It could be said that he finally obtained what he wished for. The group soon arrived in front of the black ink nest under Nu Yan's guidance. From a distance, the black ink nest resembled a huge flower bud. Rich black ink strength tumbled about and dissipated into the surroundings with every breath it took. Standing in front of the black ink nest, Yang Kai finally realized how large it was. The thick roots were closely connected to the entire Fierce Wind Estate, and its existence was like a plant, but not a plant. The external surface looked like dried meat, which gave off an extremely malevolent aura. Meanwhile, the thick roots themselves were natural pathways leading upward to a portal at the bottom of the flower bud. A black ink feudal lord was standing guard beside the portal. Nu Yan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the black ink feudal lord. Then he handed over a space ring filled with a certain amount of black ink coins. The black ink feudal lord checked the contents carefully before he nodded lightly. Nu Yan turned around, looked at his black ink disciples for a moment, and reached out to point at C3 and D for, "You two, follow me inside." C3 and D4 responded in unison and followed Nu Yan inside. Before leaving, D4 cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Take care?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although he looked confused, he returned the courtesy. It didn't take long for Nu Yan to lead C3 and D4 out of Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 moved to the side and waited quietly. A black ink clansman would lead their black ink disciples over from time to time. What's more, each black ink clansman would take one or two black ink disciples inside the black ink nest with them, just like Nu Yan. Looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a vague guess about what was happening, but he could not be certain. After enduring for some time, he finally blurted out, "Is Master planning to break through?" Nu Yan had spent a lot of black ink coins to enter the black ink nest, so it was obvious that he was here for an advancement. It was obvious that Yang Kai was highly valued by Nu Yan, so the other black ink disciples had been quite friendly with him recently. Upon hearing the question, B2 nodded in response. "That's right. This is the second time." Yang Kai was stunned. Can a black ink clansman fail in his advancement? B2 replied, "Of course there's a possibility of failure. If success was guaranteed for every attempt, then Master would already be a black ink feudal lord by now. It's just that the consequences they face if they fail in their breakthrough are not particularly serious. They are very different from us. For us, the higher our order, the more severe the consequences we suffer. If we fail a breakthrough attempt, we might even end up dead. In contrast, they will only weaken for some time at most. It's only a matter of time before they make a full recovery." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. Nu Yan was a high-ranked black ink clansman who was equal to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. If he succeeded in his advancement, then he would become a black ink feudal lord. Yang Kai was not afraid of a mere black ink feudal lord, but the stronger Nu Yan became, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Naturally, he hoped that Nu Yan failed in the advancement. Why did Master take C3 and D4 inside with him? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Logically speaking, The advancement was an extremely important process to both human cultivators and the Black Ink clan. They would need to concentrate fully. So, why would Nguyen take 2 Black Ink disciples inside with him? Was it for standing guard? But there should not be dangers inside the Black Ink nest. Beat too fell silent for a moment before he explained, just as how we need to accumulate our strength to advance. The same goes for Master. He brought them along in case of emergency. Yang Kai's facial muscles tightened instantly. B2's explanation might not have been explicit, but how could Yang Kai fail to understand the meaning behind those words? It was obvious that C3 and D4 were being regarded as emergency resources. In a pinch, Nguyen could devour their world force to aid in his advancement. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-27, Sweeping Victory. It was not just Nguyen. From what Yang Kai observed just now, most of the Black Ink clansmen who entered the Black Ink nest would bring 1 or 2 Black Ink disciples with them. Through the ages, who knew how many Black Ink disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had perished inside this massive, evil Black Ink nest? Yang Kai clenched his fist tightly. The urge to charge straight in and destroy the Black Ink nest flooded him, but he firmly suppressed the impulse. This was not the only Black Ink nest in the Black Ink clan. Even if he were to destroy the Black Ink nest in front of him, it would not change the fate of many Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, it would only expose his identity. The existence of the Black Ink clan was the root cause of the problem. Only by completely eradicating the Black Ink clan from the world would the crisis faced by the 3,000 worlds since time immemorial be resolved. Yang Kai and the others waited silently, and Nguyen's figure finally emerged from the entrance of the Black Ink nest a few days later. However, Yang Kai immediately noticed that Nguyen seemed rather weak at the moment. Not only was Nguyen's aura fluctuating unevenly, but his expression was also dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yang Kai's heart stirred at the sight. Combined with what B2 said earlier, how could he not realize that Nguyen had failed his breakthrough? Every time a Black Ink clansman failed during their advancement, they would be weakened for some time. In addition, it was already the second time Nguyen failed. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Yang Kai glanced behind Nguyen. There was a person following behind the tall figure. It was D4. Meanwhile, C3, who went inside with them, was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that C3 had probably met a tragic end. Nguyen might have failed to break through, but he must have devoured the world force of C3's small universe during the process. How could C3 survive when his world force had been devoured and his small universe had collapsed? Although Yang Kai had neither interacted much with C3 nor built up a friendship between them during this period, the death of C3 still weighed heavily on his heart. Nguyen walked out of the Black Ink nest without saying a word. Yang Kai and D4 glanced at each other and nodded lightly in greeting. Then, Yang Kai quickly followed after Nguyen with B2 and E5 in tow. Returning to the place where they rested again, Nguyen sat down cross-legged. His chest and abdomen swelled as he inhaled the Black Ink strength that could be found everywhere in the fierce wind estate. As he absorbed the Black Ink strength, his weakened aura gradually recovered. D4 seemed to be feeling a lingering sense of fear after narrowly escaping death. Even though he had known what kind of fate awaited him when he followed Nguyen into the Black Ink nest, it was impossible for a Black Ink disciple like him to refuse his master's command. Nevertheless, anybody would instinctively feel fear when faced with the threat of death. Even a talkative person like D4 fell into a heavy, brooding silence for quite some time. It was fortunate that Nguyen had failed in his breakthrough, though. If Nguyen had succeeded, then he too would have shared C3's fate. An entire month later, Nguyen finally made a full recovery. He slowly stood up and glanced in the direction of the gambling arena. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually shook his head slowly and beckoned to the others. "Let's go." The black ink coins that Yang Kai earned for him in the gambling arena had mostly been spent on the black ink nest. If he wanted to enter the black ink nest again for cultivation, then he would need to earn more black ink coins. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's fame had spread throughout the fierce Wind Estate. The bet for the second match was 1,000 black ink coins. The black ink clansmen who failed to seize the opportunity earlier were both surprised and delighted, so they dispatched their black ink disciples into the battlefield again. It was soon time for the third match. Moreover, the wager for the third match had been increased to 2,000 black ink coins. After 3 consecutive battles, a blood-drenched Yang Kai finally withdrew from battle. Nguyen happily earned 3,500 black ink coins, which was more than double the income he received at the fierce Wind Estate. One battle here was equivalent to 2 battles back at the fierce Wind Estate. The efficiency had increased significantly. Thanks to the bloody battle on the first day, Yang Kai caught the attention of many black ink clansmen. Many people became interested in him. In fact, a black ink feudal lord immediately approached Nguyen and expressed his intention to buy Yang Kai. Nguyen had already rejected such offers countless times in the fierce Wind Estate, so naturally he would not agree here either. The black ink feudal lords might hold higher positions than him, but the black ink clan had their own rules. No matter how much one liked another person's black ink disciple, they could not forcefully snatch them away. Otherwise, Nguyen would not have been able to hold on to Yang Kai. He allowed Yang Kai to rest and recover for a few days before he brought him back to the arena. A month later, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciples in the False Decree Estate had been soundly defeated, and nobody accepted the challenge again. Nguyen turned out to be surprisingly decisive. Once the challengers dried up, he immediately led Yang Kai and the others out of the False Decree Estate and traveled to the next place. At times, Yang Kai had no choice but to admire Nguyen's business acumen. Nguyen was obviously taking advantage of the lack of information circulation at the moment. Every time they arrived at a new place, the Black Ink clan would be unaware of Yang Kai's strength, and as a result, all of them were tempted into taking their chances against him. Who could have known that they would fall into Nguyen's trap and contribute black ink coins to him for nothing? In any case, this continuous stream of battles was not without benefit to Yang Kai. Unlike others in the Sixth Order, his small universe had fully materialized. Combined with the fact that his small universe had been integrated with the sealed world bead, his heritage had always been far greater than others in the same order from the start. Therefore, he always obtained crushing victories when fighting other cultivators in the same order. Be that as it may, he had to suppress his strength in every battle inside the gambling arenas. He did not dare to expose too much, lest he revealed his secrets to the others. Under the premise that he fought while suppressing his strength, repeatedly fighting battles that culminated with heavy injuries on both parties had the effect of polishing his combat techniques. If that were not the case, Yang Kai would have considered losing some battles a long time ago. Being treated as a cash cow by Nguyen was not a pleasant experience. However, things might not be different if he changed to a different master. They did not stay in any of the territories for more than 2 months. It was meaningless to stay any longer, as once people learned about Yang Kai's strength and stopped accepting the challenge, there would be no more black ink coins to earn. It could be said that Nguyen swept from one territory to the next with Yang Kai, and the others in tow. Furthermore, he earned a huge fortune everywhere he went. For every 3 battles, he would earn 3,500 black ink coins. Even if he could only fight 7 to 8 times in each territory, that was an income of 20 to 30,000 black ink coins. It was an astronomical amount for a high-rank black ink clansman. Yang Kai had been worried that Nu Yen would attempt a breakthrough again. If that happened, Difa would be in danger, but on second thought, Yang Kai realized that the reason Nu Yen brought C3 and D4 into the black ink nest with him last time was to prepare for any emergencies. Now that Nu Yen possessed such a large amount of black ink coins, he could buy some world spheres to use instead of sacrificing a black ink disciple under his command. In a chat with D4, Yang Kai learned that once a black ink clansman failed their advancement, they generally did not choose to try again for the next few decades. That was because the probability of success was much lower. Only once the backlash from their previous failure had been completely removed would they make another attempt. This discovery was a huge relief to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, passing the days in this manner was not in line with his goal. Meng Qi had sacrificed himself so that the existence of the Void Corridor would remain a secret and Yang Kai could escape alive. Originally, Yang Kai was supposed to rush to one of the great passes guarded by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, then confront the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. He was not supposed to impersonate a Black Ink disciple and become the cash cow of a Black Ink clansman. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Nu Yen was a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it was impossible for him to avoid the battlefield forever. But as long as he entered the battlefield, then Yang Kai would be able to find an opportunity to break free from him. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai was in a closely matched battle with a 6th Order Black Ink disciple. This was already the 3rd fight of the day. Having won 2 other matches earlier, he had already earned 1,500 black ink coins for Nu Yen. The outcome of the 3rd battle involved 2,000 black ink coins, and even his ownership. So many black ink clansmen were naturally paying close attention. Outside the battlefield, Nu Yen watched the battle calmly. Although Yang Kai was covered in blood, Nu Yen was not worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he was cheerfully chatting with his clansmen beside him. That was because Yang Kai always had such a miserable appearance during the 3rd match of each round of battles. Even though he looked like he was in a dangerous situation where he could be defeated at any time, he always won in the end. In the beginning, Nu Yen had been extremely on edge whenever this happened. However, he had gotten used to the sight after 2 years. No matter how terribly Yang Kai seemed to perform, he had great confidence in the latter's victory. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-28, A 9th Order Attacks. In the end, Yang Kai lived up to Nu Yen's expectations and won the 3rd battle with some difficulty. Before Nu Yen could receive the bet of the 3rd match, though, a sudden change occurred. An extremely violent force surged throughout the territory, and an oppressive force simultaneously descended upon everybody. For an instant, everyone felt as though an entire universe world was pressing down on their heads. Even their bodies involuntarily stooped slightly from the pressure. Countless black ink clansmen turned pale. Meanwhile, world force surged and fluctuated turbulently around them. Inside the gambling arena, the blood-drenched Yang Kai abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. What entered his vision made his expression tense. In the sky, world force that gathered like clouds was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai was shocked by the sight. Although he had met many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the past, he had never seen such rich and pure world force before. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had been present when countless 8th Order ancestors joined hands to besiege the Black Ink Royal Lord, and the attacks of those 8th Order masters had been absolutely extraordinary. Even so, all those attacks seemed insignificant compared to what he was seeing right now. He did not know what was happening, but the world force visible to the naked eye was clearly the power unleashed by some sort of secret technique activated by a master. Enemy attack. A furious howl reverberated through the world. It came from the direction of the Black Ink feudal lord's palace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The situation in front of him turned out to be an enemy invasion, and the Black Ink clan's enemy was undoubtedly the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had launched an attack on this place. He was surprised that the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were so bold. It had to be said that he had checked the universe chart when he first arrived here. Although this place was close to the front lines, it could still be considered part of the Black Ink clan's inner region. How could they do as they pleased after venturing so deep into enemy territory? On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken the initiative to attack before he had the chance to follow Nu Yen to the battlefield. Taking advantage of this chance, he might be able to break free of Nu Yan's control and follow the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises back to the Great Pass. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the territory at a rapid rate, and it only took a moment for an enormous and hazy green palm to form. Despite its slow and clumsy appearance, the palm that literally covered the entire sky actually descended at an incredibly fast pace. Before the countless Black Ink clansmen in the territory had the chance to react, the palm grabbed hold of the huge Black Ink nest. Then the green palm clenched tightly and hauled up the entire Black Ink nest as though pulling up a mountain. Dense Black Ink strength scattered and gushed out of the Black Ink nest. Under the impact of the World Force palm, the Black Ink nest turned into dust. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai stared in amazement and secretly rejoiced. Everything that entered his vision was beyond his imagination. He had witnessed the power behind an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Ancestors attacks before, but that was definitely not as ferocious as this offensive. In other words, this attack had to be unleashed by a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into enemy territory. It turned out that a Ninth Order Old Ancestor, an existence on par with a Black Ink Royal Lord, was personally leading the charge. The female Black Ink Royal Lord had caused heavy losses to the Cave Heavens and Paradises despite being greatly weakened after being trapped inside the Black Ink territory for so many years. It was difficult to imagine how powerful she would have been in her prime. Needless to say, a Ninth Order Old Ancestor who could rival a Black Ink Royal Lord in strength would not be weak either. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's delight only lasted for a moment, as his expression soon turned bitter. That was because the hazy green palm immediately slammed downward after destroying the Black Ink nest. The incomparably enormous palm was almost the size of half the Spirit Province. Moreover, the entire palm was formed from a pure and dense world force. If such immense force even grazed him, Yang Kai was not certain that he could survive. It would be too unjust to die because of this palm strike. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan did not sit around waiting for death. After the warning came out from the feudal lord's palace, Black Ink's strength immediately surged and gathered to form an incomparably huge figure that towered into the sky. The figure then raised a hand into the sky to defend against the attack. It was not a real entity, but rather a presence formed completely from the surrounding Black Ink strength. Moreover, it was clearly being guided by the Black Ink feudal lord of this territory. Watching the destruction of the Black Ink nest had enraged countless among the Black Ink clan, so there was no need for any command or dispatch. Regardless of their rank, every member of the Black Ink clan quickly took action, blasting violent attacks at the hazy green palm in the sky. Furthermore, The black ink disciples also unleashed various secret techniques and artifact attacks. Colorful lights filled the entire sky in an instant. Nevertheless, the enormous palm continued to press downward. The countless attacks slammed into the palm, causing layers of ripples to appear on its surface. But although these attacks constantly weakened its power, they were unable to stop the palm's downward progress. The huge figure at the feudal lord's palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Despite fighting back with all his might, he was only a black ink feudal lord whose strength was equivalent to a seventh-order master's. How could he contend against the power of a ninth-order old ancestor? Before the palm strike descended completely, the enormous figure had already bent slightly under the pressure. The feudal lord struggled desperately and roared in defiance, but his avatar composed of black ink strength soon exploded into nothingness. Even his true body was heavily injured. As a result, it felt like only a moment had passed. At the same time, it also felt like 1,000 years had gone by. The huge palm slammed down. Be it the black ink clansmen or the black ink disciples, many of them died a violent death everywhere the palm print covered. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless small universes collapsed, and the world force within these small universes dissipated. Following a violent earthquake, the entire spirit province broke into pieces. The destructive aftermath spread out into the surroundings after the attack, causing space itself to shake and become unstable. The low-rank black ink clansmen didn't even have the opportunity to resist, and were wiped out by the fallout of this attack. Only the high-rank black ink clansmen with strength equivalent to sixth-order open heaven realm masters managed to withstand the shockwave. As such, the brutality of the palm strike was clear to see. Everything happened in a flash. Only a few thoughts went through Yang Kai's mind before the aftermath of the attack came crashing down on him. Nevertheless, he could be considered lucky. In fact, it could be said that all the people in the gambling arena were lucky because they were not located within the range covered by the hazy green palm. All of them would have died in the impact otherwise. Even Yang Kai himself would have needed to transform into his grand dragon form to survive such a powerful attack. What's more, doing so would only allow him the possibility of survival. Despite not receiving direct damage, the fallout of the palm strike had turned the entire gambling arena upside down. Numerous black ink disciples coughed up fresh blood, and even the aura of the black ink clansmen churned fiercely. They were obviously having a tough time. The spirit province under Yang Kai's feet shattered, and like a drowning man caught in the tumultuous currents of the sea, he was swept away by the shock waves and could not control his direction at all. Startled exclamations and horrified screams entered his ears. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw an extremely pale D4 bleeding from all 7 orifices and struggling to hold on. Furthermore, there was a gleaming white light surrounding D4's body. It would seem that he had activated some sort of defensive artifact. On the other hand, the fifth-order open heaven realm black ink disciple next to D4 had reacted slightly slower and failed to summon his own defensive artifact. As a result, due to the churning of his aura, he was unable to withstand the bombardment of the shockwave and exploded after a short struggle. The light covering D4's body was also fading away at a horrifying speed. Hence, his expression became despairing. With the strength of a fifth-order open heaven realm master, it was impossible for him to survive the impact without the defensive artifact. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him to help block most of the impact. He looked up gratefully. A1. He never imagined that A1 would come and protect him at a critical juncture of life and death. It had to be said that he was standing next to Nu Yen, B2, and E5 earlier. All of them had used various means to save themselves, but nobody even bothered to care about whether he lived or died. "Let's go!" Yang Kai grabbed D4 by the shoulder. At this moment, he could not afford to care about what secrets he was exposing. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai quickly moved away. The shock wave continued to follow closely behind him as he flew out. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai finally stabilized his figure and turned to look behind him. A huge light shone brightly approximately 100,000 kilometers away. The place where the spirit province used to exist was now completely devoid of anything. The might of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was absolutely terrifying. The truth was that Yang Kai had not even seen the true appearance of the Old Ancestor up until now. In other words, the Ninth Order Master had destroyed the entire spirit province simply by unleashing a secret technique from somewhere far away. Countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples also perished in the process. D4 was a little stunned. After being brought here by Yang Kai's space secret technique, he could be considered safe now. It was just that he could not understand how one could run so fast. In fact, he had almost thought that he was doomed to die during those fleeting moments earlier. Nevertheless, now was clearly not the time to pursue this matter. D4 gasped for breath slightly before he anxiously said, "We need to hurry and find Master. It's not safe for us out here right now." It was not safe for any Black Ink disciple without the company of a Black Ink clansman. Take the first time Yang Kai encountered Nguyen, for example. A Black Ink disciple without a master would easily attract the greed of a Black Ink clansman. Nguyen could be considered relatively kind, having only used his Black Ink strength to convert Yang Kai into his own servant. If Yang Kai had encountered a Black Ink clansman with stronger murderous intent, then they might have tried to devour his world force to enhance their own strength instead. More importantly, the Black Ink disciples themselves were absolutely loyal to the Black Ink clan. It was clear to see that D4 was worrying about Nguyen's safety. Yang Kai turned to look at D4 and thought to himself, "Why should I search for a master? I've never regarded Nguyen as my master. What's more, I finally obtained this opportunity after waiting for 2 whole years. Why would I stupidly go back to Nguyen?" Too lazy to explain, he simply said, "Brother D4, I'll deliver you a huge present." D4 was stunned. What? Yang Kai raised both hands as soon as finished speaking, each hand lighting up with a different colored light. Then he pressed both palms together. When the yellow and blue lights combined, they turned into a pure white light that immediately enveloped D4 on the spot. D4 never imagined that Yang Kai would attack him at this moment, mainly because it was Yang Kai who had saved him just now. If Yang Kai had malicious intentions towards him, there was no reason to rescue him in the first place. Who would be wary of their savior? Enveloped by the white light, D4's expression suddenly twisted in pain, and a pitch-black aura seeped out of his body. Swiftly, though, his pained expression gradually became calm. It didn't take long before the white light faded away and his true nature was restored to him. He opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief and uncertainty. "Enter my small universe before we talk about the rest," Yang Kai shouted. He had wanted to bring D4 into his small universe a long time ago, but could not find the opportunity. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone with D4, he could not let the opportunity slip by. D4 opened his mouth and said, "Brother A1U." He was still in a dazed state. The main reason was that so many things had changed so suddenly that he could not adapt to them all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-29, Hit and Run. In particular, D4 was puzzled by how Yang Kai wanted him to enter his small universe. He knew that Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and the small universe of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was no more than an immaterial existence that could not accommodate living beings. So, how could he enter Yang Kai's small universe? In the midst of his confusion, Yang Kai actually reached out to grab him, opened the portal to his small universe, and unceremoniously stuffed him inside. Felt his vision blurring for a moment. Then he found himself in another world all of a sudden. Looking around his surroundings, he was filled with utter confusion. A moment later, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of him and resolved his confusion. In the void, the aftermath of the Ninth Order old ancestor gradually subsided. A large part of the spirit province was shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples. Before those who were lucky enough to survive could recover from their shock, though, numerous figures appeared in small groups. They silently emerged out of nowhere and charged straight at the survivors. These were the open heaven realm masters of the human race, as well as a large number of warships. The brutal attacks that blasted out from the warships sent the surviving Black Ink clan into a panic. This was definitely an attack that had been carefully planned for a long time, so the Black Ink clan was completely caught off guard as a result. Moreover, due to the immense gap in strength, they suffered huge losses in this encounter. With each passing moment, either a Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple would lose their life. Whenever a Black Ink clansman died, dense Black Ink strength would erupt from their bodies to form Black Ink clouds that scattered across the void. Similarly, numerous Black Ink disciples perished. The movements caused by the destruction of their small universes reverberated through the void. Even though all the Black Ink disciples were once masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, nobody could afford to show any mercy under these circumstances. As soon as they encountered each other, it became a situation where one party had to die. Yang Kai watched from a distance for a moment before he rushed forward with a flicker of his body. For him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could prove that he was not corrupted by the Black Ink, then he could join the masters from the human race and leave the Black Ink clan's domain. It was not easy to come across such an opportunity. Yang Kai had been serving beside Nu Yen for more than 2 years now, and during this period he passed through countless Black Ink clan territories and gained some information from the leisurely chats he had among the Black Ink disciples. Although the human race would occasionally take the initiative to invade the Black Ink clan's domain, these incursions occurred very rarely. One invasion in 100 years would be considered frequent. The main reason was that they could not occupy this territory for long, even if their invasion turned out to be successful. Therefore, the Great Pass guarded by the major cave heavens and paradises was the line of defense that they had always steadfastly maintained. Their biggest aim, whenever they launched a raid, was to weaken the strength of the Black Ink clan. Once they killed a certain number of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. That was why such raids generally did not last for long. More importantly, Yang Kai might not encounter another opportunity this good again if he let this chance slip through his fingers. How could he afford to hesitate under such circumstances? Nevertheless, it was going to be difficult to prove his identity. There was not much time for him to prove his innocence on the battlefield, but it should not be an issue if he could kill a Black Ink clansman in front of a human race cultivator. A true Black Ink disciple was completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, so it was impossible for them to turn against their masters. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly came to a decision. His body swept forward more and more quickly under the urging of the space principles. It only took him a brief moment to return to the battlefield with a few flickering movements. Everywhere he looked, Yang Kai could see numerous warship artifacts navigating across the battlefield. Powerful secret techniques constantly blasted out from these warships without pause, giving the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples endless grievances. There were also many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even Eighth Order Masters who either fought in small groups or hunted down enemies on their own. A sharp divine sense locked onto Yang Kai the moment he returned to the battlefield. Immediately after that, he felt his skin tightening as a great sense of crisis washed over him. He turned to look in that direction and saw a woman in white fluttering robes watching him intently with her beautiful eyes, an extraordinary aura pulsing from her figure. Holding a sharp, long sword in her hands, she slashed at him without hesitation. Her movements showed no mercy, and the strength she displayed unmistakably belonged to a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The attack contained an overwhelming power, and the sword wave flickered irregularly like the tongue of a spirit snake. Yang Kai could feel an overbearing sense of pressure behind the attack before she even approached him. Shocked, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Senior, stop!" A trace of grief and pity flashed through the woman's eyes when she heard those words. Even so, she did not pause her actions. With a flick of her long sword, she transformed it into a sword curtain that shrouded over his head. Yang Kai was desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. He knew that the other party thought of him as a black ink disciple, which was why she was showing no mercy with her attack. Unfortunately, there was no point in trying to explain himself at this moment. No matter what he said, she would not believe him unless he killed a black ink clansman in front of her. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise this woman came from, but her strength in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing the sword curtain that was looming over on him, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate. He quickly raised his arm and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before exerting his supreme, limitless spear art to its maximum. At this time, his priority was to ensure his survival. It would truly be a huge joke if he was accidentally killed during the confusion and chaos. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's eyes bulged with surprise. He was sent flying backward by a violent burst of power, and the vitality in his chest churned restlessly. Dense sword wounds also appeared all over his body, causing his physique to tremble and writhe. This woman is strong. Yang Kai was secretly amazed. Although he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had killed a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master before, and had fought many others in the past. He was familiar with the might of a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. However, he had never come across anyone who could hold a candle to this woman among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters he encountered previously. While Yang Kai was surprised, the woman was even more taken aback. It had to be said that she had been immersed in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm for 3,000 years. Having lived most of her life on the Black Ink battlefield, it could be argued that her strength had reached the very peak of the Seventh Order, leaving her just one step away from the Eighth Order. On top of that, her combat experience was beyond the comparison of those who lived a comfortable life in the 3,000 worlds. Even though she did not use her full strength earlier, her attack was not something an ordinary Sixth Order Black Ink disciple could resist. Since the beginning of the raid until now, more than 26th Order Black Ink disciples and Black Ink clansmen of similar strength had perished at her hands. She was confident that her previous attack contained enough power to take this Black Ink disciple's life. Be that as it may, reality proved to be beyond her expectations. Yang Kai might have been injured, but he survived. This Black Ink disciple seems a little different. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes blazed more vigorously than before. The more a Black Ink disciple stood out from the others, the more she had to ruthlessly kill him here and now. If she failed to kill him here, then her juniors on the battlefield might end up dying to him in the future. However, a loud whistle resounded through the void before she could pursue him once more. Raising her sword before her, she glanced in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying and hesitated for a moment before she turned and left. The loud whistle seemed to be some sort of signal, as after it sounded, all the human race masters, slaughtering their way across the battlefield, immediately retreated from battle, quickly regrouped, and left like a great gust of wind. They're leaving just like that. It took great effort for Yang Kai to stabilize his figure. Nevertheless, how could he willingly give up when he saw the situation before him? He quickly chased after them, only to quickly notice something strange behind him, like something was swiftly approaching his position. When Yang Kai turned to look behind him, the pupils of his eyes contracted at what he saw. A mass of black ink was rapidly permeating the void, flowing like the swift currents of the tide. Consequently, everything was dyed pitch black wherever this mass of black ink went. Moreover, the countless powerful auras hidden inside the mass of black ink made the scalp of Yang Kai's head tingle with fear. There was one aura in particular which made him shudder both mentally and physically despite the distance between them. This aura reminded him of the feeling he experienced when he first came into contact with the will of a black ink royal lord. The will was absolutely overwhelming and made him feel as insignificant as an ant. A black ink royal lord is coming. Now that the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race had made a move, the royal lord of this region could not sit by the sidelines. Only a royal lord could fight back against the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. No wonder the human race was in such a hurry to retreat. It was fortunate that he found him rather quickly. "Let's go. Follow me." Nu Yen beckoned and took the lead to charge forward. For the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for them to stand around doing nothing now that even a royal lord had taken action. It didn't matter how much or how little they contributed to the battle, they had to follow their leader to war. Nu Yen didn't even bother to pay any attention as to whether Di For had survived. In his opinion, the most important thing was that A1 had survived. As for Di For, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it would not matter much even if he died. Conversely, it was B2 who quietly asked Yang Kai, where did Di For go? Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he responded solemnly, he died. B2 looked a little sad, but didn't say anything more. The three of them followed closely behind Nu Yen, doing their best to recover their strength as quickly as possible while pursuing the enemy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:30, Shocking Sword Slash. Along the way, many Black Ink clansmen continuously gathered nearby with their respective Black Ink disciples in tow. These were the survivors of the sudden raid launched by the human race earlier. Several hundred of them soon gathered together like small streams converging to form a great river. Led by one of the Black Ink clan feudal lords, they charged forward aggressively in a mighty procession. Moreover, the number of troops steadily increased along the way. Yang Kai secretly grumbled to himself. He originally thought that he would have the chance to meet up with the human race masters, but the circumstances had changed to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly and could only take one step at a time. All of a sudden, blinding lights bloomed in the distant void, and terrifying energy fluctuations that caused a person to tremble in horror simultaneously spread out from that direction. Yang Kai looked up only to see the dazzling light contending with an intense pitch-black darkness that could not be scattered. His expression couldn't help becoming cold and somber at the sight. He speculated that the Black Ink Royal Lord was currently fighting the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. Nothing else could have created such a great commotion. The leading Black Ink feudal lord obviously noticed the situation too. Shouting for the procession behind him to speed up, he rushed forward to provide reinforcements. Yang Kai B2 and E5 followed closely behind Nu Yen, taking up protective positions around the ladder, remaining in close proximity at all times. Their pursuit had persisted for several days at this point. Not only did they come across the occasional corpses of the slain Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but they also observed the wreckage of the destroyed territories nearby. The human masters had invaded deep into the domain of the Black Ink clan after all, so it was impossible for them to pass through these lands peacefully. All the places where the Black Ink clan generally gathered together had been obliterated in their wake. In addition, there were also fragments of countless worship artifacts. The sight of these worship fragments made Yang Kai's heart grow heavy. He had personally experienced the strength of such worships in the past. The palace artifact Suoquan Hui wielded when he led the Heavenly Sword Union to war against Voidland had greatly troubled Yang Kai and the others at the time. Mobile palace artifacts were not only difficult to refine, but the cost to refine them was also astronomical. In the 3,000 worlds, ordinary artifact refiners were not qualified to refine such artifacts, and most great forces would not have the financial strength to own one either. In the past, Yang Kai had commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to create a mobile palace artifact which was now in Voidland's possession. A mobile palace artifact was a valuable treasure for laying siege to enemies and a powerful weapon that integrated both offensive and defensive abilities. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked several days ago, numerous palace artifact warships had navigated their way across the battlefield and slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, many of these powerful warships had been shattered and destroyed here. It could be seen that the battle had been very fierce for the human race. Judging from the current situation, the Black Ink clan army had caught up to the human race army, even though the latter had retreated in a timely manner. A battle must have broken out between them. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. The number of casualties remained unknown. Yang Kai's group continued to give chase for another 2 or 3 days before, all of a sudden, the leading Black Ink feudal lord changed direction and led the hundreds behind him to the flank. The Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples quickly followed in his lead. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. He had hoped to follow the Black Ink clan army to the front lines of the battlefield and find an opportunity to escape. Who could have expected the Black Ink feudal lord to change direction so abruptly? "Master, are we giving up pursuit?" Yang Kai asked with a glance at Nu Yen. Nu Yen did not understand what the Black Ink clan feudal lord was trying to do either, but he answered anyway. "Sir feudal lord must have his own considerations. We only need to follow him." If it were any other Black Ink disciple, he would not have been so accommodating. It was just that Yang Kai was very useful to him, so he was much more tolerant towards Yang Kai's behavior. It didn't take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why the Black Ink clan feudal lord had suddenly changed directions. Approximately an hour later, a raging battlefield came into view. There was a warship artifact there, trying to break out from the encirclement formed by the Black Ink clan army. Blinding lights constantly blasted out from the warship, each one containing terrifying force. Consequently, any Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple struck by the beams of light would either perish on the spot or cough up blood from the injuries they sustained. That was the biggest advantage of a warship artifact. Every single attack unleashed by it was equivalent to the full power of a Seventh Order master. Furthermore, these attacks could be fired continuously as long as the warship was functioning properly. Although the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples in the surroundings suffered huge casualties, they continued to fight to the death without any hesitation. Countless secret techniques blasted towards the warship, but even so, these secret techniques were blocked by the warship's shield and could only create ripples on its surface. For the Black Ink clan, the fact that the humans had invaded their domain and destroyed dozens of their strongholds was a huge humiliation for them. It had to be said that the humans had been besieged in the various great passes by the Black Ink clan for countless years, so it was very rare for the humans to take the initiative to attack. In any case, their humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. For that reason, the Black Ink clan disregarded their casualties and dedicated themselves to destroying this warship that had fallen behind the main force, regardless of the price they had to pay. This battle had probably been going on for a while by now, as the void was littered with the corpses of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples. In fact, there were only a dozen or so survivors at this point. If nobody hindered them, the human masters could likely use their warship to obliterate the remaining Black Ink clan and flee with ease. However, when the group of several hundred people, including Yang Kai, rushed over, the human masters inside the warship immediately turned pale. What they feared the most had finally come to pass. This place could still be considered to be within the domain of the Black Ink clan, so enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. They had killed the Black Ink clan surrounding them as quickly as possible in hopes of escaping their predicament even a moment sooner. But who could have known that their efforts would still not be enough? Similarly, Yang Kai was secretly anxious when he saw this scene after following Nu Yen to this place. He did not know why this warship had been left behind, but the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Just as the humans were in the process of retreating, the Black Ink Royal Lord had led many masters to pursue them and later engaged the Ninth Order Old Ancestor in battle. It might be that the powerful fallout from the battles between the two parties had impacted the human race army's formation and caused this ship to fall behind. Numerous figures stood on the deck of the ship, their world force surging as they unleashed secret techniques indiscriminately in tandem with the attacks of the warship itself. Their assault continued without pause. A furious roar suddenly rang out, "Kill them!" Under the command of the leading Black Ink feudal lord, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples charged towards the warship like the surging tide. It only took an instant for them to surround the ship tightly. That was not all. The leading Black Ink feudal lord was brave and fierce. With a shift of his body, he immediately rushed towards the ship. His enormous figure erupted with a horrifying force as he swung his fist out, smashing it into the protective shield. At that moment, a shocking sword slash swept out. It was extremely brilliant, so much so that it seemed only this sword light remained in the entire world. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere, as the arm that the feudal lord swung earlier was chopped off on the spot. He staggered backward, unsteadily, thick pitch-black blood gushing out endlessly from his severed arm. The pain caused his face to twist hideously, but he still glared grimly at the slender figure standing at the bow of the warship. The figure was dressed in white robes that were untouched by dust and fluttered around her in an ethereal manner. More importantly, she was staring at the feudal lord as though she was looking at a dead man. Yang Kai was astonished. The shocking sword slash earlier had been extremely blinding, so it was only natural that he noticed the attack. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to glance at the master who unleashed the strike. The woman standing at the front of the deck turned out to be somebody he recognized. They could not be considered well acquainted, but they had indeed met several days ago. It was the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm who tried to take his life the other day. If not for the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm old ancestors' signal to withdraw, this woman in the Seventh Order would not have stopped back then. Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter her here, so he could only marvel at how unpredictable fate could be. Her current situation was clearly a little less than optimistic, though. The warship she was on was very powerful, and the human race also had a number of people on their side. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan had received hundreds of reinforcements out of the blue. As long as the Black Ink clan could delay things here for a short while, even more reinforcements were bound to arrive. The people aboard the ship would not be able to escape if that were to happen. Although the warship was large, it moved as smoothly as the wind under the control of the human masters. Relying on its unparalleled and unmatched defenses, it shuttled back and forth among the Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples. At the same time, horrifying lights blasted out from all directions of the large ship. From time to time, the Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples would be struck by those beams of lights and lose their lives on the spot. Naturally, the Black Ink Clan did not sit around and do nothing as they unleashed their respective means in retaliation. For a time, both sides attacked furiously, making the scene extremely chaotic. Likewise, Yong Kai randomly unleashed various secret techniques, but did not dare to exert his full strength. How could he actually attack his comrades? It was enough if he just put on a show. At the moment, he was currently wondering whether he should take the opportunity to fight his way over to the human race, prove his identity to them, and join their ranks. However, the idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. He had already suffered a loss previously. When he first encountered the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm woman, he had wanted to prove his identity, but who could have known that the other party would not give him the chance to explain himself? Standing in the other party's shoes, Yong Kai could understand the reason behind her actions. The Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary humans in terms of external appearances. For the humans who invaded the Black Ink Clan's domain, they could not afford to hesitate in the slightest when facing either the Black Ink Clan or the Black Ink disciples. On a battlefield like this, the slightest hint of hesitation could lead to their deaths. Therefore, as long as the other party was not one of their own, they should kill first and ask questions later. In any case, the chances of making a mistake were basically zero. Throughout history, nobody had ever been as bold as Yong Kai. He had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple, remained by the side of a Black Ink Klansman, and involved himself in various gambling arenas for years now. At this moment, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart and quietly wait for his opportunity. Unfortunately, he soon realized that something was wrong. The warship belonging to the human race might be extremely powerful, but it could not withstand a sustained barrage forever. The light shield that covered the warship was clearly dimming now. The Black Ink Clan clearly noticed this fact too, and their attacks became more and more ruthless, adamant to bring down the warship. During this short period, over 100 Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples had perished in the battle. Even New Yen had been hit by one of the light beams, which seriously injured him to the point where he coughed up blood. Yong Kai secretly glanced sideways at New Yen and cursed in his heart, "This bastard sure is lucky. Why won't he just die?" The heavily wounded New Yen no longer dared to step forward in battle, leading Yong Kai and the others. He constantly avoided any confrontation with the ship. Suddenly, Yong Kai noticed something happening on the ship. The human masters seemed to be arguing among themselves. The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, standing at the bow, said something, which caused the expressions of the people around her to change drastically. They hurriedly tried to persuade her with agitated expressions. However, she slowly shook her head with a firm expression. Yong Kai immediately felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Sure enough, a short while later, the white-robed woman leaped off the ship. With her sword in hand, she crossed the distance and stood between the warship and the Black Ink Clan. Then she held her sword in front of her chest and slid her finger along the blade with a solemn expression. Following a violent surging of her world force, thousands of sword waves abruptly appeared behind her back. The sword waves trembled slightly, humming with a sound that resembled sad weeping. It was the sorrowful lament of her sword. At the same time, a desolate and chilling atmosphere filled the void, and for an instant, it felt as though time had frozen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:31, Sword Dragon. 10,000 swords swept out all at once. It was an absolutely spectacular scene. Every single sword wave was as solid as a material object. Moreover, their sharp and unstoppable aura placed heavy pressure on the onlookers. Many of the Black Ink clansmen were frightened by this scene, and for a time, nobody dared to act rashly. This woman had taken the initiative to leap out of the ship's protective range and stand before it. Anybody could see from her actions that she was planning to put her life on the line. On top of that, the attack she unleashed was by no means an ordinary secret technique. It was a divine manifestation. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. When he fought against this woman previously, he had noticed that she was extraordinarily powerful. She was definitely second to none in terms of strength among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that he encountered in the past, and judging by the current situation, it would seem that she truly had a strong capital to rely on. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only a Seventh Order or higher master could comprehend a divine manifestation that belonged only to them. Furthermore, each person's divine manifestation was different because these divine manifestations embodied the essence of their comprehension of their respective Tao. However, not every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had their own divine manifestation. Take Zhuo Quan Hui, who was killed by Yang Kai in the past, for an example. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of the Thousand Cranes Paradise. Although he held a respected position, he did not have a divine manifestation. Yang Kai might not have emerged victorious from the battle back then otherwise. The gap in strength between Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order could be extremely disparate at times, and those who had divine manifestations were often the best among them. In any case, unleashing one's divine manifestation could only mean that the person in question was prepared to go all out. Yang Kai also had two divine manifestations, Golden Crow, Cast the Sun, and Towering Evergreen. Be that as it may, his situation was unique. Before he even advanced into the Open Heaven realm, he had already comprehended a divine manifestation while still in the Emperor realm, and it had remained one of his trump cards even today. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine could also be regarded as a divine manifestation because the power behind it far exceeded that of any ordinary secret technique or divine ability. It was just that nobody had ever explained the intricacies of divine manifestations to him before, so he could not be too sure on its classification. The 10,000 swords roared in unison as the woman's expression became even more solemn. Meanwhile, on the ship behind her, the people who quarreled with her earlier looked on anxiously and constantly stomped their feet in frustration. Even so, they were powerless to do anything. In the next moment, the ship abruptly shot out to forge an escape path. Transforming into a stream of light, the ship quickly fled into the distance. The woman was left alone to face the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but she showed no fear whatsoever. Her courage and will were incredible indeed. Yang Kai suddenly understood the reason for the dispute earlier. The warship had been surrounded by enemies, so it was impossible for them to escape unless they killed the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples in front of them. However, doing so would only further delay them. If more reinforcements for the Black Ink clan arrived during that time, then they would lose their chance to escape forever. The woman clearly wanted to stay behind and stop their pursuers so that the ship could escape. That was the reason behind their earlier argument. It was almost certain she was a stubborn and determined person. So without giving her comrades any chance to object, she had taken the initiative to leap off the ship and summon her divine manifestation. In this way, the ship only had two options. Either they stayed behind and fought with her, or they took the chance to escape from the battle. The risk of them being wiped out if they chose to stay behind was high, while on the other hand, they would have a glimmer of hope to survive if they chose to escape. There were times when choosing to escape from battle was not an act of cowardice. Quite the opposite. Their actions were taken to ensure their comrades' sacrifice would not become meaningless. Besides, escaping while having to abandon one's allies carried both a physical and mental burden that was not easy to alleviate. As the saying went, a strong man would make a prompt and resolute decision. This woman had risked her life just to create an opportunity for her comrades to escape. It was for that reason that Yang Kai felt a sense of admiration and respect for her. The warship was planning to escape, but how could the Black Ink clan allow their enemy to flee so easily? Thus, they immediately rushed forward to intercept the ship. Although the woman remained motionless, the sword waves behind her slammed forward with a roar. Fresh blood splattered across the void, and severed body parts scattered everywhere, as dozens of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples who rushed forward to stop the ship died instantaneously. Upon seeing the situation, Yang Kai became quite certain that the woman was only one step away from advancing into the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. An ordinary Seventh Order master would never be as powerful as her. It had to be said that the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples who perished were in no way comparable to Seventh Order Master, but many of them were high-ranked Black Ink clansmen who were at least on par with Sixth Order Masters. Be that as it may, they were totally powerless to fight back under the bombardment of those sword waves. The woman slaughtered them so effortlessly that it almost seemed as though she was chopping vegetables. It was extremely scary. With just one strike, nobody else dared to act rashly again. All the Black Ink clansmen could only watch helplessly as the warship disappeared from their field of vision. When their gazes turned towards the woman again, their eyes were filled with a mix of rage and fear. Attacked together, the feudal lord, whose arm had been cut off by the woman before, roared furiously. It would be far too embarrassing if they failed to take down a single human opponent despite their overwhelming numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took the lead to charge towards the woman. Before he even arrived, he swung his remaining fist, and a dense cloud of Black Ink strength came crashing down on her. In a battle against the human masters, the Black Ink clan would naturally make use of their innate advantage. The Black Ink strength that they wielded was extremely corrosive. As long as the human master was careless for even the slightest moment, their small universe would be corroded by the Black Ink strength. If that were to happen, they would quickly degenerate into a Black Ink disciple if they did not sacrifice a part of their small universe. Although a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had a certain degree of resistance towards the Black Ink strength, they could not withstand being in contact with it for extended periods of time. That was the reason why Meng Qi had been reluctant to escape with Yang Kai back then. He knew that he would never be able to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory without being contaminated again. As long as he left the sealed world with Yang Kai, it would only be a matter of time before he was corrupted by the Black Ink strength and became a Black Ink disciple once more. At that time, the existence of the Void Corridor would no longer be a secret. That was why he decisively committed suicide inside the sealed world to keep the Void Corridor a secret. Following the attack of the Black Ink feudal lord, many of the Black Ink clansmen acted as well. It only took an instant for the entire region to be filled with Black Ink clouds that enveloped the woman from all directions. All of a sudden, a sword cry resounded, accompanied by numerous scraping sounds. Yang Kai focused his eyes and stared into the pitch-black Black Ink cloud. The sight that entered his vision inadvertently caused him to narrow his eyes. The thousands of sword waves that had been suspended behind the woman all this time almost seemed to come alive at this moment. They quickly gathered near her and wrapped around her entire body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless sword waves continued to gather. The scraping and clanging sounds that could be heard were caused by the continuous collision between the sword waves. A sensational aura erupted from the depths of the black ink cloud, giving off the feeling that the end was approaching. In the face of such a devastating catastrophe, no one had any hope of survival. Ho! A ferocious roar suddenly burst forth, like the furious howl of an ominous beast before a shock wave swept out. As a consequence, the black ink cloud enveloping the woman was instantly blown apart, as though struck by an unimaginable impact, and the enormous figure hidden within was revealed. The woman had long disappeared from sight, and standing in her place was a 1,000-meter-long behemoth. The behemoth had a skeletal frame made from metal, like a giant beast of steel. The surface of its body glowed with a sharp and cold light, while the lines on its surface were hard and sharp. It was a dragon. More specifically, it was a sword dragon composed from thousands and thousands of sword waves. This sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan in shock. Even Yang Kai's mouth fell open in astonishment. You can even do that with a divine manifestation? Everything that entered his eyes at this moment was completely beyond his imagination. The sword dragon that was 1,000 meters long was certainly incomparable to his 20,000 meters grand dragon form, but the oppressive aura coming from the sword dragon was not something his dragon form possessed. Although they could both manifest dragon forms, if it really came down to a battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would be defeated by this woman within 10 moves. It was no wonder she dared to stay behind on her own to stop hundreds of the Black Ink clansmen and disciples. It turned out that she had something to rely upon. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that the woman stood inside the head of the sword dragon. Her spotless white robes could vaguely be seen among the gaps in the sword waves. As long as the sword dragon was not destroyed, she would remain safe and sound. Therefore, he felt his anxiety over her safety reducing slightly. The changes occurred so suddenly that the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples rushing towards her were too stunned to change the direction of their movements. Under the leadership of several Black Ink feudal lords, they blasted out numerous secret techniques at the sword dragon. In response, the sword dragon moved. The dragon head swayed from side to side, lunging forward at the nearby Black Ink clansmen. The sword waves that formed the dragon vibrated extremely fast, resulting in a sharp humming sound. At the place where both parties collided, the sword dragon opened its mouth and swallowed up the one-armed feudal lord who stood at the forefront in a single gulp. Vague roars and screams of the feudal lord coming from the belly of the sword dragon rang out in the next instant, but the screams stopped abruptly not long after, and a cloud of ink-colored blood mist burst out from within the dragon. What followed could only be described as a massacre. Everywhere the sword dragon passed, Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples were practically powerless to fight back. They were wounded when touched, and some were even torn apart on contact. Although countless attacks struck the body of the sword dragon, these attacks only destroyed some of the sword waves and could barely deal any damage to the woman's true body. Like cavalry charging through the front lines, the sword dragon swept through the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen before immediately turning around and crashing through their ranks again. Following the sword dragon's first charge, the tight formation of the Black Ink clan fell apart. They couldn't help feeling terrified and escaping in a fluster when faced with such a brutal divine manifestation. However, their actions only gave the sword waves a chance to break through their defenses once more. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques incessantly blasted towards the body of the sword dragon on that chaotic battlefield. A life was lost with every passing moment. Pieces of flesh and pitch-black blood scattered across the void. Furthermore, the energy from the collapse of many small universes resounded violently. The sword dragon swept back and forth, charging through the Black Ink clan army 7 or 8 times in quick succession. Out of the hundreds of black ink clansmen, more than half died, and the remaining half looked as terrified as wild beasts running from a flood. The might of the sword dragon was truly awe-inspiring, and the sight left Yong Kai sighing in amazement. There was only one thing that upset him slightly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4932, backed into a corner. The woman's vulnerability did not escape the notice of the many fleeing black ink clansmen. Although they had originally been filled with the terror of death, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment. 4 black ink feudal lords had survived up until this point. They exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions without the need for discussion. Many black ink clansmen and black ink disciples had died at the hands of a single human. Their casualties were extremely heavy. If they allowed the enemy to escape on top of that, then it could only be said that they were far too incompetent. More importantly, they would not have a reasonable explanation for their higher-ups. It would be difficult for them to escape punishment if their superiors were to hold them accountable for this incident. Hence, their sole option was to take down this woman with all their might. Killing her here was the only way for them to wash away their shame. With that goal in mind, the fleeing black ink clansmen and black ink disciples gathered together again. They split into several groups under the leadership of the remaining few black ink feudal lords and moved in different directions to surround the battered sword dragon. All of them had a deep understanding of the sword dragon's might. Out of the original hundreds of people on their side, more than half had been killed by the repeated assault of the enemy. How could they not realize the tyrannical might of the enemy at this point? For that reason, the black ink clansmen blocking the way immediately scattered in all directions when the sword dragon came charging in their direction. At the same time, the others fiercely unleashed various attacks at the sword dragon's body from a distance. After this maneuver was repeated a few more times, the results were as expected. The sword dragon not only failed to kill many black ink clansmen, but the condition of its battered body deteriorated even further instead. Conversely, the encirclement stood strong whenever the sword dragon stopped moving. They were giving the woman no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite everything, the woman's pale face remained utterly indifferent when she looked at the black ink clansmen and the black ink disciples surrounding her. It was almost as though she was not the one in crisis. Cracking sounds rang out again, and the sword waves that made up the sword dragon twisted and changed their form once more under the stunned gazes of the black ink clansmen and the black ink disciples. A brand new and perfect sword dragon was born. It was just that the sword's waves forming the sword dragon had suffered extensive damage earlier, so the current sword dragon was barely half the size of the previous sword dragon. Be that as it may, it was still over 500 meters long. Yong Kai felt his admiration and respect for this woman deepening greatly. Prior to this incident, he had never even imagined that a divine manifestation could be manipulated in such a way. It went to show just how powerful she was. Her control over her divine manifestation had reached the point where she could wield it like an extension of her own body, which also meant her attainments in the sword Tao were extraordinary. The sword dragon charged forward once more. The current dragon form was a little smaller than before, but it remained enormous compared to the black ink clansmen and black ink disciples. Moreover, it was much more agile than before. Be that as it may, the black ink clan continued with their established tactics to drag out the battle. They refused to have a direct confrontation with her, and simply fought with the intention of wearing her down. For a time, the woman was also extremely troubled by these tactics. She could not kill many of her enemies, even though she charged forward repeatedly. On the contrary, the body of the sword dragon became battered again. The repeated confrontations and stubborn resistance allowed the woman to stop the pursuit of hundreds of Black Ink Klansmen with her strength alone. At this point, the 500-meter sword dragon had transformed once more and shrunk to just 100 meters in length. She would soon lose her ability to maintain the sword dragon form if the situation persisted. In her weakened state, only a tragic fate awaited her once she lost the protection of her divine manifestation. Nevertheless, she had achieved her purpose of delaying the enemy. Regardless of her survival, the people on the warship would be able to escape safely. At this moment, anybody could see that she was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, the Black Ink clan had paid a heavy price just to force her into a corner. So how could they allow her to escape? Many Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples continued to die, but the encirclement remained tight. They were not giving her the slightest chance to flee. Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted inside. Watching the woman fighting alone, he was tempted to reveal his identity and fight beside her. Be that as it may, the thought only passed through his mind for a fleeting moment before he rejected the idea. Even with his help, she would have a hard time pushing back her enemies in this situation. He was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. How could he win against so many Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples? What's more, it would be difficult for him to gain her trust in such a short time. On the contrary, if he continued hiding, he might be able to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. The 100-meter-long sword dragon had been reduced to tatters, and the woman was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, her ashen complexion seeming completely bloodless. Upon seeing this situation, the attacks of the many Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples became increasingly vicious. All of a sudden, the sword dragon suddenly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai's position, causing the Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples around him to turn pale in fright. Nu Yen was the first to dodge to the side. It had to be said that he might not be particularly skillful in anything, but he was very good at avoiding danger in a timely manner. Nobody expected the sword dragon to charge in this direction because Yang Kai and the others were on the rear side of the encirclement. All this while, the woman had never bothered to target this area. She had repeatedly charged towards the front lines in order to break free of the encirclement and return to the human race army, but her wish never came true. Her sudden and opposite behavior was certainly very unexpected. Yang Kai even suspected that her previous actions were simply to mislead the enemy. Her real target had always been the rear of the encirclement. Many Black Ink Klansmen and Black Ink disciples quickly retreated. On the other hand, the Black Ink feudal lord leading this side only hesitated for a moment before he rushed forward with a furious roar. It was not as though he did not know how strong the woman was. However, it was obvious that she was a dry oil lamp after fighting for so long. How much more strength could she exert? What's more, he had great confidence in his own strength. As long as he could delay her for a moment, his clansmen from the other side would surely come to his aid. His self-confidence would be his undoing, though. The 100-meter-long tattered sword dragon spun like a top and collided with the Black Ink feudal lord. Without a sound, the feudal lord became a cloud of pitch-black blood mist and perished in an instant. Even the high-rank Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples behind him suffered significant casualties. Nu Yen had evaded in time, so he was completely unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai had failed to make a timely retreat because he had been worrying about the woman's safety. He was wounded after being brushed by the sword dragon as it flew past. A gash deep enough to show bone appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out of the wound. His golden blood was so striking that the woman couldn't help but glance in his direction. When their gazes met, a look of obvious astonishment flashed through her eyes. She had not noticed his presence due to the intense battle earlier. So it was not until this moment that she actually caught a glimpse of him and recognized him as the black ink disciple who escaped from her a few days ago. At the time, she had wanted to kill him ruthlessly. It was a pity that she was forced to make a hasty retreat thanks to the signal from the old ancestor. Nevertheless, she only glanced at Yang Kai briefly before she paid no more heed to him. Now was not the time for her to be worrying about such matters. The final struggles of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples caused the 100-meter-long sword dragon to finally collapse, leaving only a few scattered sword waves around the woman for protection. Her divine manifestation had been completely destroyed, but she broke through the encirclement because of that very reason. Activating the remaining dregs of power in her small universe, she transformed into a stream of light and shot out at a high speed. The Black Ink clan's domain was located in the direction she was flying, opposite of where the human masters had escaped earlier. She had no choice but to make this decision. Her path forward had been obstructed by her pursuers, so she could only make a desperate choice in an attempt to survive this crisis. How could the remaining Black Ink clansmen allow things to go as she wished when they saw that she was attempting to flee? The 3 surviving feudal lords quickly gave chase. Likewise, the rest of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples followed closely behind. For a time, a cat-and-mouse chase took place in the void. Even though the woman was an arrow at the end of its flight, her speed was surprisingly fast. Wrapped in sword light, she seemed to transform into a sword wave that sliced through the void. The Black Ink clansmen chasing after her could not keep up at all. After leading her pursuers in circles for some time, she abruptly changed directions and fled towards the front lines. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Fleeing deeper into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan would surely lead to a tragic ending. Without the deterrence of a ninth-order old ancestor, no matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to survive by relying on her strength alone. Only by fleeing back to the human lines would she stand a chance to survive. The distance between the 2 parties grew larger and larger, and if nothing unexpected happened, then the woman would be able to escape alive. That was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from behind. Startled, he looked back only to see a pitch-black darkness rapidly approaching them. This horrifying scene was rather familiar. When the Black Ink royal lord led a horde of Black Ink clan masters here in a rush, Yang Kai had witnessed a similar scene. Of course, the pitch-black darkness that was rapidly approaching this time was not nearly as large-scale as back then. Moreover, there was only one aura coming from within the darkness. It was a Black Ink territory lord. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight, and he clenched his fists tightly. A Black Ink territory lord was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. I can't believe a master of this caliber actually appeared at this time. She's in danger. The woman fleeing in the front clearly sensed the danger looming behind her, and her speed suddenly increased significantly. It was apparent that she was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, the territory lord chasing her was in prime condition. So how could she possibly escape his incredible speed? The distance between them quickly closed, and it didn't take long before the pitch-black darkness retracted to reveal the gigantic figure hidden within. The figure raised his hand and slapped at the sword wave that was running away up ahead. The void shuddered from the impact, and Yang Kai clearly saw the sword wave freezing for a moment. Then, the impact forcefully separated the body of the woman, who was fused with her sword. Blood mist sprayed from her mouth as a result, judging from the strength displayed by the woman earlier. At the peak of her strength, she would have been able to fight back to a certain extent even if she encountered a territory lord, but in her current exhausted state, How could she defend against such a blow? Just a single palm strike was enough to heavily injure her. It was no longer possible for her to escape. Still, this woman was very decisive. Knowing that it was impossible to escape, she immediately spun around and fused with her sword again. She transformed into an impressive sword wave that slashed out at the territory lord chasing her. The power behind that attack was enough to shake space itself. It was her final blow into which she poured all her remaining strength. The territory lord stared indifferently at this attack and punched out with his fist. His enormous fist collided with the sword wave. Consequently, the sword wave shattered and scattered like fireflies dancing in the night. His gigantic figure stood upright in the void. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he clenched his fist and captured a small figure in his grip. The woman's pure white robes were stained red with blood. Her beautiful hair was completely disheveled, and her weakened aura resembled a flickering flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Despite facing such a desperate situation, she did not simply sit around waiting for her death. Nevertheless, she could not break free from the territory lord's grasp, no matter how hard she struggled. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. In this situation where the woman had been captured, it would only take the slightest pressure from the Black Ink territory lord to crush her to death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:33. Unexpected situation. The woman's life was in danger. Yang Kai suddenly couldn't bear watching without doing anything any longer. Even if his identity were revealed, even if his future would be fraught with danger, he believed that he had to make his move now. Otherwise, he was bound to regret his decision for the rest of his life. Over the past 2 years, he had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and carefully mingled among the Black Ink clan because he did not dare to reveal his identity easily. Being faithful to New Yan's orders and allowing himself to be regarded as a cash cow by fighting endless battles in the gambling arenas of various major territories were simply his methods of survival. He had not lifted a finger to help when the woman had been fighting on her own, because she had always remained in control of the situation. However, she was now only one step away from death. Yang Kai could not watch her die here without doing anything. With his current strength, there was a high chance that he would die as well if he revealed his identity. The Black Ink territory lord was not easy to deal with after all, but throughout his life, Yang Kai had to admit that although he was not indomitable, he had a bottom line that could not be crossed. It was now the time where he had to take action. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise had chosen to commit suicide in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor. As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, when did he ever show the slightest hint of hesitation in his actions? The people who fought and risked their lives every single day on the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan for countless years did so all to protect the 3,000 worlds, all while the latter knew nothing of their sacrifice. How could he do any less at this moment? However, Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. That was because he noticed that the territory lord who captured the woman was simply staring at her quietly. There was no murderous intent in those eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with a trace of admiration. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises might not die if they were captured by the Black Ink clan. Rather, what awaited them was another fate. Sure enough, the Black Ink territory lord did not kill the woman immediately and instead sneered lightly, "You've got guts. In that case, become my slave forever." When the words left his mouth, Black Ink's strength dense enough to take shape seeped out of his hands. The Black Ink's strength instantly enveloped the woman and began sinking into her body. The woman struggled desperately, but her efforts were to no avail. Combined with the fact that she had exhausted all her strength in the battle just now, she was completely powerless to resist the corrosion of the black ink strength. A short while later, she became quiet as her eyes filled with black ink strength. Yang Kai watched quietly, feeling sad in his heart. It was hard to believe that such a master had been corrupted by black ink strength. Be that as it may, compared to death on the spot, this outcome could be considered acceptable, as he might be able to find an opportunity to rescue her. The Black Ink Territory Lord was clearly extremely satisfied with his newly subordinated servant. A Black Ink disciple in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was very rare, so they were considered precious even among the Black Ink clan. He studied her for a moment before he said, "Follow me, once you recover." "Yes." The woman with disheveled hair bowed, respectfully. After that, the Territory Lord did not say anything else. Pitch-black darkness covered his enormous figure, and he charged forward quickly. It was obvious that he planned to pursue the human masters who had retreated earlier. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples left behind glared at the woman. The situation was extremely awkward, but there was no helping it. They had been fighting each other as though there was an absolutely irreconcilable enmity between them, only for her to suddenly become one of their own in the blink of an eye. The shift in her position was rather abrupt. Even so, there was no denying that the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was now a Black Ink disciple after being corrupted by the Territory Lord's Black Ink strength. Under normal circumstances, it was easy for such a powerful Black Ink disciple who was acting alone without being accompanied by their master to attract the greed of Black Ink clansmen. However, everybody had just witnessed the Territory Lord corrupting this woman with his Black Ink strength. Who would dare to steal her away after that? They would not face any consequences if they stole her now, but the Territory Lord was bound to hold them accountable for their actions later. If that were to happen, they would lose all the Black Ink disciples under their command, and possibly even their life. "Why did you run off? Do you want to die?" Nu Yen reprimanded Yang Kai. In order to rescue the woman earlier, Yang Kai had increased his speed slightly and left his master behind. It was fortunate that he had reacted in time and held back from attacking the Territory Lord. Otherwise, the person being hunted at this moment would have been him. Hence, he lowered his head silently in response. Thankfully, Nu Yen only reprimanded Yang Kai once and did not seem to have any other intentions. In that way, the vigorous pursuit finally ended. The three surviving Black Ink clan feudal lords gathered together for a quick discussion. Then one of them said, "A few will stay behind to guard this place and prevent any misunderstandings from occurring. The rest will come with me to pursue the enemy." The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been converted by a Territory Lord, but she was a dry oil lamp at the moment and needed time to recover her strength. The Territory Lord had also commanded her to recuperate before catching up to him. Be that as it may, it was inappropriate to leave her here alone. If any other Black Ink clan masters passed by this place and mistakenly killed her thinking that she was an enemy, they would not be able to give the Territory Lord a reasonable explanation. Therefore, a few people had to stay behind to help her stand guard and explain the circumstances to any passing clansmen. Ordinary Black Ink disciples would never receive such special treatment, but they had just witnessed this woman's strength with their own eyes. More importantly, she was personally corrupted by a Territory Lord. As the Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple, it was only natural for her to receive special treatment. After the feudal lord finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. Nu Yen dutifully stepped forward at the right moment and volunteered, "Sir, I'm willing to stay behind." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Nu Yen. During the 2 years serving under him, Yang Kai had not realized that Nu Yen was extremely scared of death. It was not until this battle against the human masters that Nu Yan's cowardice was revealed. In addition, Yang Kai had noticed something earlier. Although Nu Yan had no special abilities to speak of, his ability to sense danger and escape it were definitely first class. In other words, his ability to survive in the black ink battlefield up until today was not without reason. Hearing that somebody was required to stay behind, how could Nu Yan fail to seize this opportunity? He quickly volunteered before anybody else could even react. It was not a major issue that needed to be negotiated. And since he took the initiative to volunteer, the other Black Ink clansmen would naturally have no reason to compete with him. The feudal lord who spoke earlier nodded and responded, "In that case, you will stay behind. The rest will come with me." After saying that, he took the lead to charge forward in pursuit. The others quickly followed behind him, and it didn't take long before only Nu Yan, Yang Kai, and the other Black Ink disciples remained. "Let's take a rest. I'm sure you're all tired from the battle earlier. It's good that none of us died." While speaking, Nu Yan turned to look in the woman's direction with a thankful expression. Several Black Ink feudal lords and countless high-rank Black Ink clansmen had died at the hands of this woman. Therefore, Nu Yan was very lucky to have survived. What made him rejoice even more was that all the Black Ink disciples under his command had also survived the battle. They sat down cross-legged and consumed some spirit pills for recovery. On the other side, the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been quietly recovering her strength ever since the departure of the Territory Lord. From time to time, Black Ink clansmen of varying numbers would rush over from behind. When they stumbled upon this place, they couldn't help feeling curious and came forward to ask about the situation. Naturally, Nu Yan answered their questions truthfully. After hearing that the disheveled woman recovering her strength was a Black Ink disciple converted by a Territory Lord, they immediately gave up any ideas about her and left quickly. After just half a day's time, the woman opened her eyes under Yang Kai's close watch. Her originally ashen complexion had already returned to normal. She casually tied up her hair and slowly got to her feet, and then she walked over to Yang Kai and the others. The crimson patches that blossomed all over her white robes were extremely striking. Nu Yan had also gotten to his feet after he noticed her movements, but his smile was rather forced. "Have you recovered your strength?" He fervently wished that the woman would take as much time as possible to recover. In that way, he would no longer need to chase after the human masters or take any risks that could endanger his life. Still, he was part of the Black Ink clan, so even if his strength was much weaker than the Black Ink disciple in front of him, a Black Ink disciple was nothing more than a servant in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Of course, this woman was a servant converted by a Territory Lord, so Nu Yan had to show her a certain degree of respect. Even his inquiring tone was rather polite. The woman said nothing and simply stared at Nu Yan silently. In the next moment, she stretched out her arm, and a long sword immediately appeared in her grip as a shocking light burst forth. The world seemed to lose all its colors at that moment. Nu Yan's forced smile remained on his face, but his eyes were flooded with a sense of horror and fear. Raising his hand slightly, he pointed at the woman. "You." The words had only just left his mouth when his enormous body suddenly split into two halves. Pitch-black blood and Black Ink strength exploded to form a Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others standing nearby were completely stunned. Nobody could have predicted this sudden turn of events. Black Ink disciples were the servants of the Black Ink clan after all. No matter how high their cultivation, it was impossible for them to have thoughts of betraying a Black Ink clan. That was why Nu Yan had been completely caught off guard when this woman walked over to them. Needless to say, with the gap in their strength, there was nothing he could have done to stop her, even if he had been on guard. In any case, this situation was totally unexpected. The woman who had just recovered her strength had killed Nu Yen with a single stroke of her sword. Yang Kai had been praying for Nu Yen to die as soon as possible so that he could escape, but he never imagined that Nu Yen would perish just like that. If he had to be honest, he was feeling rather confused. Before he had time to think, though, the aura of death suddenly loomed over him. The woman did not stop after killing Nu Yen and swiftly slashed her sword down on him. Turning pale with shock, Yang Kai immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust forward without any hesitation. There was a loud explosion, followed by an overwhelming force that erupted from before him. Yang Kai felt as though an entire universe world had smashed into him, and his figure was sent flying backwards. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and the vitality in his chest surged violently. This was the second time he had suffered defeat at the hands of this woman, but a vague speculation formed in his mind at that moment. The woman looked slightly surprised. Yang Kai had escaped from her death blow during the previous raid, and the same thing had occurred again this time. Just as she suspected, this Sixth Order Black Ink disciple was truly unusual. On the other side, both B2 and E5 went crazy after witnessing Nu Yan's death. As Black Ink disciples, their master and the Black Ink clan were supreme. It was their responsibility to ensure the safety of their master. However, Nu Yan had been killed right under their noses. How could they not be furious? The two of them showed no hesitation whatsoever. One of them blasted a divine ability at the woman, while the other lunged forward. His entire figure swelled, significantly under the effects of his secret technique. The woman's expression remained indifferent, and the long sword in her hand transformed into a curtain of swords that rained down on B2 and E5 like a storm. With her strength, it would not take much effort for her to kill two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. At the critical moment, Yang Kai desperately yelled out, "Senior, for Universe Pillars!" Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-34. Feng Ying. Yang Kai's yell caused the woman's movements to pause slightly. It was precisely because of this momentary hesitation that B2 and E5 survived. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, as both of them instantaneously suffered severe injuries and were forced to retreat. However, they were clearly unafraid of death and rushed forward again after being forced to retreat once. The woman frowned slightly, and murderous intent blazed brightly in her eyes. She had held back just now because of Yang Kai's yell, but that did not mean she had lost her intention to kill B2 and E5. Human masters who became Black Ink disciples after being corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to stand on the opposite side as the enemy, and there could be no mercy when dealing with the enemy. That was the lesson learned by the human cultivators after innumerable years on the Black Ink battlefield. It was a lesson they received in exchange for the blood of countless ancestors. Before the woman could attack again, though, Yang Kai rushed over in a flash. B2 and E5 were completely focused on the woman, so they were totally defenseless towards him. He easily approached them for that reason and knocked them down, rendering them unconscious rather than killing them. Unfortunately, due to the urgency of the situation, his attacks had been a bit too heavy, so there was a high chance that they would need to recuperate for some time when they woke up. The woman held her long sword in her grip, watching the scene in front of her. A look of surprise flashed through her eyes. As a Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly puzzling. However, if she combined his actions with the words he shouted earlier, a vague speculation formed in her head, "Are you not corrupted by the Black Ink strength?" Holding B2 in one hand and E5 in the other, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I wanted to tell you when I met you for the first time, but I didn't get the chance to speak." "You really have one of the 4 universe pillars?" The woman raised her eyebrows. I have a world spring. Words are nothing without proof. She did not lower her guard, and a sword wave continued to hum around the long sword in her hand. Yong Kai nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please see for yourself, Senior." While speaking, he opened the portal to his small universe. She took a deep look at him before she activated her divine sense and probed the interior of his small universe. A short while later, she withdrew her divine sense, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had certainly seen a clear spring inside Yong Kai's small universe, in addition to the mysterious power that flowed out of it which stabilized his small universe. Thanks to this power, his small universe was not only extremely firm, but also completely impervious to any external forces. She also saw that his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material, which was what surprised her the most. After all, the young man in front of her was clearly only in the sixth order open heaven realm. "Senior, do you also have one of the 4 universe pillars?" Yong Kai inquired for verification. If she did not have one of the 4 universe pillars, then how was it possible for her to safely escape from the clutches of a black ink territory lord? The reason she had quietly endured the process and pretended to be corrupted by black ink strength was that she had been running out of strength. If it was discovered that she had one of the 4 universe pillars, she was bound to be killed on the spot. Therefore, she waited until the territory lord departed, and she recovered enough before she made her move. Nu Yan's death was simply collateral damage. He originally thought that staying behind to watch over her would be an easy task because he did not need to confront the human masters. But how could he have known that staying behind was actually the fastest way to die? If Nu Yan had known that his decision would result in such an outcome, he would never have agreed to stay beside this woman. It was precisely because Yong Kai had such a guess that he shouted at the top of his voice when the woman made her move just now. Unexpectedly, though, she slowly shook her head. "I don't have one of the 4 universe pillars. The 4 universe pillars are only given to the 8th order masters. I am not qualified enough to own one. Why else did you think that territory lord left without checking my small universe?" There had never been a precedent of a 9th order old ancestor becoming corrupted by black ink strength, so there was no need for them to worry about it, and thus no reason for them to have one of the 4 universe pillars. 8th order open heaven realm masters were the strongest fighting force below the old ancestors and also the commanders and leaders of the human race army on the black ink battlefield. Hence, a treasure like the 4 universe pillars would naturally be given to them so that they could be used to the fullest. More importantly, they had enough strength to defend themselves on the chaotic battlefield and would not be killed by accident, leading to the loss of the 4 universe pillar they carried. If treasures like the 4 universe pillars were possessed by 6th or 7th order masters, they would be lost if these open heaven realm masters perished on the battlefield. The Black Ink clan was also aware of this point. The humans did not have many 4 universe pillars in their possession, and these treasures were always possessed by 8th order masters. There was no exception to this rule. It was precisely for that reason that the territory lord had left with peace of mind after corrupting the woman with his black ink strength and did not bother to check her small universe. Yong Kai was surprised. "How did you resist the corruption of the black ink strength then, Senior?" When he asked this question, he immediately became vigilant. If this woman had been corrupted by the black ink strength, then the situation in front of him would be very bad. The woman was silent for a moment before she explained. "Somebody once planted a secret technique based on the profound fish inside my small universe. It can help me to resist the erosion of the black ink strength once." The profound fish was one of the 4 universe pillars. Yong Kai did not know what kind of secret technique she was referring to and had never heard that the 4 universe pillars could be used to plant such secret techniques. However, this kind of technique would naturally be developed only on the black ink battlefield, so it wasn't surprising for him not to know about it. In order to fight against the black ink strength, it was not surprising for the human masters to create some novel sparks after painstakingly struggling with all their might for countless years. Senior, do you mean to say that the secret technique can protect you only once? She nodded. May I verify the truth? Yong Kai asked in a grim voice. She said nothing and just opened the portal to her small universe. At a time like this, she knew that it was a necessary gesture to gain Yong Kai's trust. In any case, on the black ink battlefield, it was very normal for one's small universe to be investigated by others. After a quick investigation, Yong Kai discovered that the woman's small universe certainly did not contain any signs of being corrupted by the black ink strength. There were also no signs of a universe pillar inside either. He couldn't help feeling amazed by his discovery. We can't stay here for long, the woman said softly. Nu Yan's corpse was suspended there in open view, so if any other black ink clansmen passed by this place, the two of them would have a hard time explaining the situation. While speaking, she glanced at the two black ink disciples in his hand. You can't save them. Just kill them. However, Yong Kai shook his head. If it was just me, then I would not be able to save them. But it's different with you around, Senior. Please put them into your small universe for now. She frowned. Impossible. They are black ink disciples. If I place them in my small universe, I will be in trouble when they regain consciousness. Please wait a moment, Senior. After he said that, Yong Kai's left and right hands suddenly glowed with dazzling light. When he pressed his palms together, the yellow and blue lights merged together to form a pure white light that enveloped both Beat 2 and E5. Sizzling sounds rang out, and the expressions of the two unconscious men suddenly twisted in pain. Immediately after that, dense black ink strength seeped out of their bodies and faded into nothingness. Their expressions gradually softened again as the black ink strength dissipated from them. Dismissing the remaining purifying light, Yong Kai nodded at the woman. It's fine now. The woman was flabbergasted by what she just witnessed. Although she had some speculations, she couldn't help feeling incredulous. She took a large step forward and casually grabbed B2's wrist. Then she carefully probed his condition. After a while, she stared at Yong Kai as though she was looking at a ghost. What method did you use to dispel the black ink strength? Such a method was completely unheard of and unseen before. She had been fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for some 3,000 years now, but she had never even heard of such a technique. I can't explain in such a short time, but this is a unique ability that I have, Yong Kai responded faintly. She didn't know what to say, mainly because Yong Kai had given her too much of a shock. Besides, she had the vague feeling that there would be a huge impact on the battle situation of this unchanging and eternal war if this method was spread. In the past, the black ink disciple corrupted by black ink strength were destined to be mortal enemies. Any encounters between the human masters and black ink disciples would only end with the death of one party or the other. However, there was now a method to restore order from chaos among the black ink disciples. If this method was utilized properly, then the losses suffered by the human race would be significantly reduced. Where did this kid come from? Why have I never heard of him before? What's more, he was wandering around alone in the Black Ink clan's territory. Should I say he is ignorant and foolish, or bold and courageous? Not only did he possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but he also had the means to purify and dispel the black ink strength. Thus, she suddenly realized that she had picked up an immeasurable treasure. He would be a huge asset to the entire black ink battlefield. Upon confirming that all black ink strength in B2 and E5 had been purified and dispelled, she did not hesitate to toss the 2 unconscious men into her small universe. Then she grabbed Yong Kai by the arm. Let's go. Yong Kai did not resist, and allowed her to lead him away. Along the way, the woman would glance sideways at him from time to time. Finally, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, "Which cave, heaven, or paradise did you come from? What is your name?" Yong Kai was silent. In the end, he answered, "This junior is called Yong Kai. I come from Inyong Cave Heaven." He did not mean to deceive her, but he figured she might not know of Void Land. If he mentioned that name, he would only need to explain even more. He was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises after all. Why would he enter the Black Ink battlefield for no reason? That was a valid point of suspicion, and since this matter was related to the Void Corridor, he could not speak carelessly. He had not forgotten Meng Qi's warning. Aside from the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors, no matter who questioned him, he could not reveal the existence of the Void Corridor to anybody. The woman did not seem to think that he was lying. The main reason was that she never expected anybody to lie about their background, so she nodded lightly and said, "Blue Sky Paradise, Fonging." "Blue Sky Paradise." Yong Kai raised his brow lightly. "Senior, do you know Elder Mujua?" Mujua was the foreign affairs envoy from Blue Sky Paradise and was the person in charge of their Dao temple in the Star Boundary. Although Yong Kai was not close with him, they had interacted with each other on multiple occasions. Due to the Star Boundary's world tree, Yong Kai was more or less acquainted with several elders from each of the major cave heavens and paradises, even though his cultivation was low. He was also quite friendly with some of them. There were times when the value of something like personal connections was reflected in such situations. "Mujua? He is my junior brother. Do you know him?" Fong Ing was a little surprised. Yong Kai answered, "I've met him a few times." Upon hearing his answer, she was tempted to ask why an Inyong Cave Heaven disciple would meet a Blue Sky Paradise elder, let alone several times. However, she was not very familiar with the situation in the outside world after fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for so long. It was meaningless to ask such questions, so she suppressed the curiosity in her heart. On the other hand, Yong Kai suddenly looked around and realized that something was wrong. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his current position and the direction they were heading before exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior, are we heading in the wrong direction?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4935, quite strong. It turned out that the direction in which Fong Ing was leading Yong Kai was not heading towards the great pass defended by the cave heavens and paradises. They seemed to be heading in the opposite direction, actually, so he was naturally quite confused. Fong Ing explained, "The last operation has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army is gathering at the front. We might not be able to break through their lines with just our strength alone. If we go there so recklessly, we will only be walking directly to our deaths. Therefore, our best option is to find as many helpers as possible first." "Helpers?" Yong Kai raised his eyebrows slightly at those words, but soon understood. "Black Ink disciples?" Fong Ing nodded. "You have the ability to restore their true selves, so as long as we find a few more Black Ink disciples, we might be able to gather a group large enough to create chaos at Black Ink clan army's rear. Only then will we have a chance to return." She originally did not have such a plan. Trapped in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory alone, Fong Ing had already mentally prepared herself for her death. If not for that, she would not have killed Nu Yen immediately after recovering her strength. She had no plans of returning alive, and simply planned to kill as many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples as she could, so she would not be dying in vain. It was not until she witnessed Yong Kai's astonishing method to dispel the Black Ink strength that this plan sprang to mind. If they could smoothly implement this plan, then they would have a standing chance to survive, and even rescue some black ink disciples along the way. However, Yang Kai was an indispensable part of this plan. It was impossible to pull this off without him. Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. Looking around for a while, he glanced towards a black ink cloud condensed in the void and made a suggestion. "Senior, how about we hide inside the black ink cloud over there?" Feng Ying followed the direction of his gaze, and her expression became pensive. "Are you suggesting?" He nodded. "The black ink disciples will definitely be traveling together with the black ink clan. If we run around like this, even if we encounter black ink disciples, we will only cause the black ink clansmen traveling with them to become vigilant. If that's the case, it will be difficult for us to take action. However, it will be a different story if we hide inside the black ink cloud and emerge when the enemy passes by this area." Pondering in silence after listening to his suggestion, Feng Ying nodded in agreement. "You're right." With her intelligence, she didn't need Yang Kai to explain much for her to understand the various advantages of this method. Unfortunately, there was one problem with this plan. "Can you guarantee my safety?" She was powerful, and the immense heritage of her small universe gave her a certain degree of resistance towards black ink strength. Even so, it was impossible for her to remain inside a black ink cloud for an extended period of time. She would eventually fail to withstand black ink strength if too much time passed. "We'll know once we try," Yang Kai declared firmly. Taking the lead, he rushed towards the black ink cloud. It was impossible for him to not be in high spirits right now. He had been trapped in black ink clan's domain for the past 2 years, during which he always had to act with utmost caution, as though he was constantly walking on thin ice. Thus, Yang Kai inevitably felt his blood pumping when doing something so invigorating. All of a sudden, a short while later, Yang Kai charged into the black ink cloud with Feng Ying following closely behind. The dense black ink cloud was almost as thick as solid matter. If the two of them hid inside this black ink cloud, random passers-by would not be able to discover their whereabouts without careful investigation. Yang Kai had a world spring, so no matter how impressive the black ink cloud was, it was completely ineffective against him. However, it was different for Feng Ying. She had to use her world force to shield herself the moment she entered the black ink cloud to prevent the black ink strength from corrupting her. Not only would this consume her strength quickly, though, she would also risk being corrupted at any moment. Naturally, Yang Kai was prepared well in advance for this situation and released a burst of purifying light to completely dispel the black ink strength around the space where they stood to create a safe zone for them. It was not until then that Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be that as it may, she could not figure out what kind of method Yang Kai was using, even though she had carefully observed him when he cast the purifying light. Still, now was not the time to ask such questions, so Feng Ying declared, "Take a rest. We might need to fight at any time." After saying so, she closed her eyes to replenish her strength. Yang Kai had no need to recuperate his strength, as the battle earlier had not consumed much of his energy. What's more, he needed to keep a close watch on his surroundings. There were too many uncertain elements in waiting for gains without pains here, so he needed to carefully monitor the outside world for any possible complications that might arise. Time passed slowly, and fortunately, their luck was pretty good. Only an hour later, a dozen or so figures flew over from the depths of black ink territory. Yang Kai was the first to notice them and quickly called out, "Senior." Feng Ying opened her eyes and focused her senses in that direction. The black ink cloud formed a barrier that made it difficult for her to look outside, but her divine sense could perceive the situation clearly. Assessing the situation, she reported 2 feudal lords, 6 high-rank black ink clansmen, and 5 black ink disciples. The situation made her frown slightly. There were quite a few enemies in this group, so it might be difficult for them to handle. Nevertheless, this was the first batch of people to arrive after they started waiting here, so they had to take action. As long as their initial attempts went well, their situation would only get better and better. Feng Ying briefly checked her small universe, but the two former black ink disciples she tossed inside earlier had yet to regain consciousness. Yang Kai's previous attack had been rather heavy, so they could not rely on these two for help right now. While she was hesitating, Feng Ying heard Yang Kai whisper, "I'll leave the two feudal lords to you, senior. I'll deal with the rest." She glanced at him in disbelief. "Are you sure?" After hastily exchanging blows twice with him, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was quite strong. Be that as it may, she was not familiar with his true abilities. It was not easy for one person to face 6 high-rank black ink clansmen alone. On top of that, the 5 black ink disciples would not simply stand around doing nothing once the fight broke out. They would surely attack to support their masters. Rest assured, senior, this junior may be young, but I've experienced many things in life. I won't screw up. Yang Kai licked his lips with an eager expression. Having suppressed himself for so long, he could finally go all out again. Feng Ying hesitated slightly before she nodded. "Be careful. I will dispatch those 2 feudal lords as quickly as possible, then come to help you." Yang Kai nodded in response. Exchanging a glance, the pair rushed out of their hiding spot in the black ink cloud. As soon as the two of them emerged from their hiding spot, the black ink clansmen passing by noticed them, and numerous gazes immediately turned towards them. Upon seeing that these two were humans, the 2 leading feudal lords revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. They exchanged a glance with each other and flew over in tacit agreement. Likewise, Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached the black ink group. Both parties soon came close to each other. One of the feudal lords reached out towards Feng Ying, but in the next instant his body suddenly stiffened without any warning. A sword wave sliced through him, from the top of his head to his crotch. The sharp and unstoppable sword wave broke through his defenses and split his enormous body in 2. Feng Ying had made her move. She actually launched her attack even earlier than Yang Kai. Yang Kai had the protection of the World Spring, so he could fearlessly allow the black ink strength to pour into his body and make the enemy lower their guard as a result. However, she did not have such luxury. As soon as the feudal lord in front of her reached out towards her, she unleashed a killing move. She was among the strongest 7th-order open heaven realm masters, and not too long ago, she had slaughtered hundreds of enemies with her strength alone. She not only attacked decisively at this moment, but she also had the element of surprise on her side, while striking from point-blank distance. How could the feudal lord defend against her attack? It only took an instant for her to kill the first feudal lord on the spot. Then, without delay, she slashed her sword at the second feudal lord. The second feudal lord happened to be preparing to subjugate Yang Kai at that very moment. So how could he stand a chance against Feng Ying's sudden assault? When the sword wave slashed down, he was chopped in half and died just like that. The 2 feudal lords perished in an instant. Only then did Feng Ying breathe a sigh of relief, but when she looked over, she was slightly stunned. That was because Yang Kai was standing there with a spear in one hand, a high-rank black ink clansman hanging from its end. With a twist of his arm, the high-rank black ink clansman exploded into mist. As expected, this kid is strong. She had managed to kill 2 black ink clan feudal lords by herself because she had enough confidence in her strength. However, in the short time taken for her to deal with her enemies, Yang Kai had already slain 4 of the high-rank black ink clansmen. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 who were pushed back looked greatly weakened. It was obvious that they were severely injured. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.